What's the motherfucking deal, man? Welcome to the den. As you can see, it's a little toasty in here, man. I didn't realize how hot it was when I was in the sauce. It is fucking hot in this bitch. I stepped outside, went upstairs, came back, and whoo! I even trying to open this bitch up like a little breezeway, pass through, open the front door, and then open the fucking, garage door, and fucking try to let it. It is fucking hot in here. It ain't. I don't know. Last time I checked, it wasn't even as bad as it usually is. I don't know why the fuck it's so hot in here today. It is terrible. It's terrible, terrible, terrible. So, it is what it is. We will make it shake. I'm your host, it.The Honcho. Shout out to Culture for making my life so easy. We got things to talk about. Great weather. The weather's great in Jacksonville. Go ahead and let us have Jalen Ramsey. We will give you AJ McCarron. We'll take it. But again, this is welcome to the Den. The Den is the best conversation on the internet. The reason why it's the best conversation on the internet is because you people make it great. Yes, you people. What do you mean, you people, Honcho? You motherfuckers? Nah. I fucks with y'all, and I appreciate y'all for tuning in every night, every midday stream, every evening stream, and I just appreciate all of y'all for showing up. All the information you need to know will be cycling through the stream every 15 minutes or so, so if you need any extra details, tomorrow will be the last of the weekday, for the week, not the last ever, but for the week, the midday streams, and then Saturday around 1 p.m. we'll do the live podcast on Spreaker. So make sure you signed up at Spreaker. Make sure you're on Spreaker so you can get that notification. Because I think you do got to sign up some way. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna start like a new account, try to figure it out just to make sure I can give y'all the exact details tomorrow. But today we're gonna talk about white guilt, right? Like white guilt. Some of y'all are like, what the fuck is white guilt? Some of y'all are like, white guilt. And then some of y'all are quite curious. And it's not just white guilt. It's just, we're going to talk about a lot of racial tomfoolery tonight. I know some people don't like the race topic. Some people don't like the political topic. Some people don't like the sexualized topic. We're not necessarily a sex topic. Everybody loves sex topics. But it's just the topics about, sexual orientation and all of the various things. But we're going to talk about that shit. We got to have the tough conversations, man. We need to have more religious topics. We need to set that shit off. Culture, what's the motherfucking deal? Check out the Express, Ronald Isaac, DeMarcus Johnson, Angela. Told you that name, look, everybody in the sauce, that name was questionable. A lot of folks are like, what does this mean? 335, what's the motherfucking deal? AKA the stenographer. Let's see. Professor Trio, what's the motherfucking deal? Jahir's in the house. Yes, that's what I'm saying. The thumbnail is very odd. I just want to say I wanted to talk about it. Sweet Berry, the pistachio kidnapper, the Pink Panther of pistachios. Let's see. That's funny. Fake laugh to Kurt. Let's see. Miss Bell, what's the motherfucking deal? Shonda, what's the motherfucking deal? Beyond a Funny Nigga, what's the motherfucking deal? This nigga say, watching Price is Right episodes from 95. Oh man, that's tough. Skip Bayless is a crossdresser. Okay. So is Oscar De La Hoya. Maybe they hang out together. Baker Man, what's the motherfucking deal? Let's see. Dan Shred, what's the motherfucking deal? No, this is not a sport. The Den is something different, okay? The Den is every conversation. We have the tough conversations that you got to have in life. But it's almost, to me, I think the Den is more fun than Soft Sports because you can talk about everything. But trust me, whatever your opinions are, whatever your thoughts are, we're all friends in the Den. Whether you agree or disagree, everybody's welcome in the Den. So that's kind of how it goes in the Den. Let's see. If I missed anybody, if I missed you, I ain't dish you. It's all love. Let's see. Big M, what's the motherfucking deal? Somebody put you in timeout so you swore off. I was wondering where Big M was. D the Gamma Maze, what's the motherfucking deal? He used to sit there talking all that shit. My second favorite New Yorker, only one lie, what's the motherfucking deal? Let's see. Yeah, boys, look, I'm telling y'all the Den, look, The Den been losing subs, man. The Den been losing subs. They don't want to have these. They don't want to have these tough conversations. It's been shrinking. We was close to. Den was close to 4150 for the longest, and now that bitch slid back to like 4130. Ever since that pro-black conversation, you know, folks don't want to hear that shit. You know, it is what it is. But I'd rather be honest than fake it for some numbers. You know what I'm saying? Like authenticity, because that's what happens when motherfuckers be fake and phony. Then they have some like terrible ass scandal. They slip up and say something. That's why certain motherfuckers. That's why I say like I like the live streams. Like you be genuine. You can't really fake it. You can, or you could, but not for very long. There's been too many live streams for me to fake the funk. You know what I'm saying? Like, if I was trying to be a fraudulent person, like it'd have been exposed 1,000 times over. You know what I'm saying? And you just, as long as these streams have been like, you gotta be a hell of a fucking actor to fucking hold that type of shit for that long. Like I couldn't do it. So that's why some people, you know, only release video. They don't really do streams and stuff like that because they can fake it for 5-10 minutes. You know, it is what it is. But I'd rather be genuine. I'd rather have a tough conversation. So it is what it is. Miss Meat over there playing that victim role. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, but that's the common denominator when you talk about, you know, something bad happened to children. Who is that? Who said that? I forgot who was it. One of those former world leaders. I won't say it because then they'll be like, oh, Honcho saying crazy stuff. But you talk about children, you talk about the impact on children, people will come out the woodworks. That's how you sway society. But look at what's happening to the kids, and people will get on that. You know, it is what it is, man. Because we won't help pregnant women. But I didn't help them get pregnant, so why I got to help them? You know? Now I'm going to come back with a short video. Like I say, I've been working on something because I've been working on a course, and somebody had already actually paid me for it. And I've been I've done like 3.5 different versions for it. And I've just been nitpicky about the shit because I'm like, oh, let me add this, let me change this. Well, this video I got on different clothes, and then this video I look like, and I want it to be consistent. Like I'm telling you, I can get real picky about stupid shit. You feel me? And so I wanted to be consistent, and so I'm working on that. I've got everything kind of re-scripted out. I rewrote my script, so I'm going to be releasing this course on how to build, you know, digital communities. Because I have a friend who was asking me about getting into podcasting, getting into, you know, the YouTube thing, and with shit that have changed on YouTube and with other stuff. So I'm not a YouTube star or anything like that. So at first that was kind of the approach. I was saying, well, here's how you build, this how you grow. But I don't really, what I do have though is tight-knit communities. You know what I'm saying? Like I don't have big crazy numbers, 10, 20,000. I don't have that. But you can get that if you want to be fraudulent, focus on one topic. But what I do find that I have a skill at doing, and even before getting on YouTube, even like when I was fucking with just Facebook I have this ability that I've come to realize that I can bring people together even from, you know, various backgrounds. They may not commonly get along, you know, or they may not normally associate with each other. So that's kind of the thing that I figured out that I can do. And so that's the angle in which I'm writing this. Because at first I was like, oh, this is, you know, and I can give the same generic ass advice, but I don't want to do that. I got like, y'all don't understand how much it bothers me to not be genuine about something. But anyway, white guilt, right? White guilt, right? Let's talk about it. Monique did an interview with Comedy Hype. Okay. Oh, you be scared. Look, that's why you be trying to come in at the end. That's why you be talking about, oh, I took a nap at 9 o'clock. I took a nap at 9:59. I was gonna wake up for the den at 10, but I took a nap at 9:59, and somehow I missed it. That's what Miss Meat be on. Miss Meat be on that other shit. Shit. Now that last Jesse video I did, ain't nobody wanna watch that shit. You know, it just you just like I say, it's I get bothered about jumping on hot, but that's the way you grow, is jumping on all the hot topics. But it is what it is. Anyway, we'll talk about that in a minute. We'll talk about white guilt, right? Talking about white guilt. Man, I didn't watch the video. That's what I was supposed to do. That's what I was supposed to do today, was watch the fucking video. Watch the fucking video. Exactly. I know he didn't. This is true. This is true, Big M. I hate Hispanics. Even though the Kush Den was primarily Hispanic, it was like 93% Hispanic. And I was probably like the only black person in there. When it was a Kush Den, overwhelmingly Hispanic and nobody smoked weed. But it was, I don't know. So that's not true. Hispanics are my favorites. I talk the most shit about Asians because I don't know any Asians, but they're winning anyway. They're What about that Asian guilt, huh? What about Asian guilt? Let's get some of that shit going. You hating, look at that hating 93% trash. The man who Kush deals was alive and shit on. No, they were terrible. But white guilt, I want to talk about a couple of things. Like I said, I want to talk about white guilt and why I think it's fucking stupid. I really think it's fucking stupid. I think it's the dumbest shit ever. Man, I don't give a shit. Even if I'm not on the winning end of white guilt, privilege, or any of these, like, fuck all that shit. It's just never gonna fucking change. Like, you know, you talk about privilege, you talk about things like, oh, well, you know, there's an advantage here because of this. You know what happens in countries that are majority a particular culture, race, or whatever it is? Like, it's like you develop a blindness to it, or if you want to call it like a numbness to it. So you get so used to certain things, it doesn't stand out. And so, like I said, if I was the only black kid in the all-white school, I would stand out. All those kids would be like, you know, you walk into school, you wouldn't think of it. But I would be the one that would stand out. Like, so privilege is like not really a thing to me. It's just what you're used to. I don't think it's a real big deal. I know some people feel like privilege is real, and if you got to live your truth. I can't tell you it is or it ain't. Yeah, if Texas win the Super Bowl, I'll fire one up in a celebratory. I'll fire one of them up, man. Look, I get retarded one good time. But, you know, to each his own, you know what I mean? What I think is people see what other people have going on and feel like it's an advantage or whatever. The reason why I don't think it's privilege, because like I say, you know, white privilege is such a generic term, but why are there still poor white people? If there's just privilege that just exists automatically, why there's so many white people that are doing way worse than your average black person? Where does the privilege kick in for them? Like, a lot of this stuff is again, hypotheticals because we feel a certain way. If we made different decisions and embraced certain things and did things differently, regardless of the circumstances that applied prior to, we'd have certain opportunities also, right? There will never be a powder den, all right? Ain't gonna ever be no powder den. Kenneth, you from the cocaine countries, so you probably do it before I would. So my thing is this, like, that's just my feeling about it. Like, I think it's fucking dumb. But let me tell you some things that I find hilarious. Now, if you are suffering from white guilt, you know what I'm saying? If you're suffering from white guilt, let me tell you, I have the cure for white guilt. All right? Shout out to Sean. Now, Sean's still one of my favorites. I love Miss Sean. But my thing is, if you do suffer from white guilt, this is what I need you to do. There's an address in the description box, right? The way you cure white guilt is you level the playing field. Sell all of your shit. Cash out all of your accounts. You send a couple of money orders. You send a cashier's check, Bitcoin, whatever it is. And you send that to that P.O. box in the description below, right? This is how you cure white guilt. I'm trying to give y'all the cure. If you got white guilt, I'm trying to help you. You sell all your shit. I mean, you got to start from the fucking bottom, right? Lose all your shit and then work your way back up to the top. You know what I'm saying? No. Fuck the local black homeless guy. He's not going to appreciate that. Send it all to the den, right? You send it all to the den, and then I will help spread the message. Because then we can all share, we can all work with it. We'll use those assets to grow. So that's how you cure white guilt. White guilt is like some crazy off the wall liberal shit. Like, to me, white guilt is more condescending than anything. Well, like, but anyway, I'm not mad. Like, there's these radical feminists. I don't know if y'all saw it. I think it was a Vice, and there was I think they did a thing on it on the Daily Show too. Crazy goofy black bitches. These and not to just be calling black all black women, but these are some goofy black bitches. And they light than a motherfucker. They look like the chicks from Floetry, right? But I ain't mad at them. I am kind of mad at them, but I ain't kind of mad at them. I ain't mad at them. But they started a white guilt subscription box, right? A white guilt subscription box. And so they got motherfuckers paying $25 to $100 a month to go work. To go do work. And they send them some paper that says, hey, go tip your you tip your black waiters or waitresses. It's really about black women. They really don't have no love for niggas. Like, they smoke goofy. That's why I really don't like a lot of these issues that a lot of black women get behind. Y'all gotta peep it. I'm not knocking y'all, but y'all really leave black men out in the dust. The whole Black Lives Matter wasn't about black men. They use dead black men to push feminist and gay agendas, all that other stuff. So there's a reason why I feel the way about a lot of stuff. And I didn't get into that in the pro-black conversation, but we'll get to it another day. Plenty of days to talk about a lot of shit. But what they do is they take the money and they basically open with it. They say they give it a percentage to black feminist organizations and other stuff, but they keeping a lot of the money. They profiting off of it. They make white people work for free, filling up the boxes. Filling up the fucking boxes for free. And white people willingly do this shit. Like, look, when we get to Den Studios, right, hey, if anybody white want to come work for free, hey, more power to you. Look, I will open up the doors. We can make it all work. So anyway, like it's a whole crazy thing. So like I say, white privilege. I mean, not white privilege. White guilt. Like I could not fathom it. I'm not going to apologize. We talked about this earlier. I'm not going to apologize for what my predecessor did. If I've been living in this neighborhood, right, and say my pops was a killer. He killed 3 or 4 people in the neighborhood. My grandpa was a gangster. He sold dope out in this bitch. And the neighborhood was ruined because of my family. They were some kingpins or something, or whatever. Or they were big dope dealers. I'm not finna go apologize to you niggas for what they did if I didn't do it. Like, fuck y'all. Fuck your feelings too. Like, that's why I don't understand it. But apparently they talk about, well, my privilege, and I understand. But they send them this shit in a box. They send them like a bunch of papers and tell them, this is what you have to do this month. Each week they have like chores that they have to do in favor of black people. Like, so you paying $100 a month. You get like some cup that tells you, you know, recognize your privilege. You get a little pen or something like. Yeah, that was the thing. The white guilt people were wearing safety pins to let people know that they were safe white people, that they had recognized that they have privilege, and they had white guilt. So that safety pin said that they were safe. So it's called a safety pin box. So again, $100 a month to go do fucking chores. Like, get the fuck out of here. If that's the case, I'm gonna open up a subscription box. It's gonna be called the Honcho box. I don't know what I'm gonna put in. I'm gonna put some of Scotty's fur in there. I'll put a dreadlock in there. Let me see what else I got. I don't know. But all I'm saying is people fall for the okie doke. So, like I was saying though, to me that's fucking stupid. There's no way I'd sign up for that. But then there was a bunch of people who got mad. They're like, oh, they're trying to monetize, you know, the white guilt, whatever. Y'all saw that picture. There's a bunch of other pictures like that, right? That white people wearing I'm so sorry shirts and wearing chains. Look, man, I fuck with y'all. If any of my white friends do some weird shit like that, I'm gonna have to question our friendship. I'm going to have to question the friendship, right? So it's like, my thing is, to me, that's condescending. Like, again, like I say, like Coach mentioned earlier, like, to me, it's like, oh, well, you can't do good. Like, that's the same way I feel with a lot of this liberal shit. It's like, well, you can't do it on your own. You really don't have the ability to do good enough without our help. But yet so many people have, like, and that's why I say even black folks that lean that way kill me. So, but getting to black liberals and liberals' beliefs and all this, like I said, I got a bunch of stuff to talk about, but I want to get ready to open up the line here in a little bit. I told y'all to look up something earlier to get a little familiar with called slave play, right? And this is why I say this is where we have a problem with masculinity, and this is where I talk about these false race accusations and shit like that. Who are the people? There's two groups that are primarily making these false race accusations. Black women and Kenneths, black gays, are the ones that are making these accusations. But yet, people get mad because generally straight black men don't buy into this bullshit, whether they are liberal or fucking conservative or whatever. They don't believe the hype. They don't buy into the bullshit. They don't condone a lot of this shit. If you really pay attention, most men looked at this situation and said, this shit don't make no fucking sense. Whether they were conservative or liberal, this shit don't make no sense. Whatever she's talking about with the store shit, it doesn't sound logical. Jesse Smollett. Men were like, it doesn't sound logical. But you have all these black organizations, especially the organizations that are really liberal. There's always a lot of black women, a lot of black feminists, and a lot of gays that are trying to push the black narrative. They want everybody to be fucking gay. They want everybody to be dependent. They want all black people to feel weak. Because that's how they feel. I don't feel that way. I'm not going to feel that way. I don't care if everything fall off and I got to crawl to do what I got to do. Just that this is the agenda that they push. They try to make it seem like all black people should feel this way. But women feel a particular way, and I understand why. And I'm not saying all women are weak, but I can understand why certain women would feel the way that they do. But these gays that try to lump everybody, look, that's what I'm telling you, man, your gay issue is not my issue. I don't really give a shit about it. I don't hate you. I don't give a shit. I really don't give a fuck. But your issue is not my problem. I don't give a damn whether it works out for you or not. If it does, more power to you. I'm not going to impede your progress. If it doesn't, well, oh well. I don't give a shit, because black gays put the gay issue before the race issue. And so that's why I want to get back to slave play. Because who do you think are the biggest customers of a play that is about sexual relations between a white slave master, a black slave mistress, a slave master's wife who is white, who likes to use sexual toys on the black slave, and an indentured servant? Bitch, you gonna get the fuck off me? What the fuck? Say, bitch ass nigga, hold on, my nigga. You ain't gonna just hop on me. I'm sorry. Anyway, a white indentured servant having gay interaction with a black male slave. Like, y'all realize the only straight interaction in the whole play is about a black slave woman, a white slave master. Everything else is gay, written by a gay man. Who's going to watch that shit? You know what I'm saying? Who's the one that's going to watch that shit? Who's encouraging people to watch that shit? Motherfucking, and I lost a lot of respect for Rihanna, but we already know Rihanna. What is Rihanna's current status and situation? So we know why she's encouraging that shit. We know why people like Shannon would like it. My thing is like, come on, man. It's not rich conservatives writing this shit. It's not conservatives everybody swears the racist ones that are writing shit, not going and getting off to shit like this. Who's the motherfuckers that's getting off to this shit? But yeah, we keep pointing the finger at one side. Oh, they're racist. That's where all the... No, the fuck it ain't, man. No, the fuck it ain't. Like, but people want to remain deliberately blind. They want to remain deliberately ignorant to what's going on. They want to choose to be ignorant to these things. And it's facts. Like, whether it feels good, whether it hurts your feelings or not, this is the truth. It's a bunch of two gay dudes that are writing and directing the fucking play. And then I'm making an assumption because I don't know. But if you look at them, they're clearly gay. And so what do the gay dudes do? What do you see with all these gay liberals anyway, especially these black gay liberals? Why is it always black men dying at Ed Buck's house, right? Why is it have a full head of gray? Hey, I'm looking for that. What's they call it? The salt and pepper look. I'm trying to get some of that shit. Why is it always black guys? Nobody talks about it. It's always black gays down at Ed Buck's house, the Democratic donor, liberal guy, right? Why is it, again, I stand with shame. Why is it always black guys? Nobody talks about it. It's always black gays down at Ed Buck's house, the Democratic donor, liberal guy, right? Why is it, again, I stand with shame. Shout out to Thunderbolt 9999. Brianna, I think she's dating a white dude, but she be punking the dude. Like she be talking to the dude. Like they had some video of she be talking crazy to the dude, like punking him and shit in the worst way. So I'm sure she enjoys that. But again, what do most black feminists promote? Black man ain't shit. Most black feminists are anti-black man. Like not anti-white, black man. I've seen a lot of black feminists, I don't date black men because they did this and they don't do it. So what's the difference between what a black man is going to do to a white man? I've seen black feminists talk about, I only date white men from across the pond because this. Like, so how are you a feminist? You hate me, but you don't really hate me. You just hate black men. So that's why I say, like, it's a crazy, crazy situation. I don't care who you date. I don't really give a fuck. But if you're going to deliberately out a particular group for whatever reason, then I'm probably going to be less likely to be inclined to want to hear your opinion on certain situations involving that group. So if you're just like, I don't date black men, okay, well, cool, that's fine. Don't give a fuck about your opinions on what black men got going on, because you've already made it known and clear. But again, the liberal, openly super liberal gays, we know what's going on. We understand what's happening with that situation. But yet these are the first motherfuckers to say that the conservatives are racist and they're doing this and they're doing that. But yet you go and you support this stuff. It's black people making this racist shit and encouraging this shit. Why is there not a straight man in the play? Why is there no straight black man in the play? Why does the only black guy in the play getting fucking with it's everything's gay with him, right? Y'all gotta peep that there's this agenda that's being laid out, and it's primarily by one side. I'd rather be with the side that don't necessarily give a fuck about you and your identity politics, but you have opportunities, you have ways, you have methods. But then you have another side telling you, well, if you don't care about this, you can't be part of our club. I don't give a fuck about it, so I won't be part of your club. It is what it is. So it is what it is. It is what it is. Let me open up the line. Let's talk about it. I don't know how y'all feel. I don't stand with Shannon. The coffee in my club, always black coffee, my racist, because there should be no other way that you should drink your coffee. There's no reason to put sugar and milk and all that extra shit in your coffee. Black coffee is coffee. Yes, racist coffee. This is a play that is on Broadway right now. Probably one of the more popular plays out there. All the celebrities are going to watch it. Again, all the Hollywood liberals are pushing it. All the black Hollywood liberals. Even other ones, it was somebody else. Gyllenhaal, I think, is a high promoter. All of the Hollywood people are pushing this. Hey, you got to go see this. This is excellent. The black feminists, like I said on Twitter, the tickets are on sale for $40. This is a godsend. You know what I'm saying? Like, why is this a godsend? What is so great about a play? And then you turn around, though, these will be the same people talking, well, white people did this to us back in the slave days and they treated us, but then you make it all erotic and it's some gays that make the play. Now it's okay. What makes it acceptable now? Because it has an agenda to push, right? Has an agenda to push. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like, the shit is terrible, man. And like, I'm not with the shit. And I'd rather disassociate. Yeah, I don't care who gives a fuck, who don't like it, who hates on me, whatever, or disapproves, than be a part of that shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah. But I understand that. But then the same people, like I say, that are pushing the agenda, they have a message. And that's the thing that can't be ignored. Why are people pushing this message? Why are they pushing this idea? Why is this okay? But then when you flip the script or you say something else, it's bad. Why is this form of entertainment justified? But yet, when you say something a little different or somebody else says it, it's not. It's the same fucking thing. Just because somebody who is a little weak in the wrist makes the play doesn't make it any better than somebody who has a different skin tone or whatever else. If the message is the same message, if it's still the same principles that you're putting out there, then doesn't matter. Hey, look. Stop. Just be on the phone and stop the nonsense. Okay? Because what's going to happen is I'm finna file a lawsuit. I'm going to sue. I ain't going to do nothing. I'm going to sue Walmart. I'm going to win. I'm going to eat good after that. I'm gonna say they I ain't gonna do nothing. I'm finna look. You gotta think long term. I'm finna get the bag. Look, I'm finna say Walmart allowed me to be sexually harassed on their property. Hold on, let me check the audio. Make sure we're right. Hold on. Let me see. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right, cool. I had to fix the little audio dilly dally. Miss Bell, what's the motherfucker do? How are you feeling this evening, Miss Bell?
Good. What the hell am I supposed to feel guilty about?
I'm trying to figure that out. I don't know. Apparently, this is a thing that's been going on around. Maybe it's like a virus or something. I don't know what it is that you're supposed to feel guilty about, but there's this white guilt thing going around, and people are really into it. Do you really think it's guilt? Do you think it's condescending?
I think
How do
it's
you
more
feel?
shame than guilt. I don't think that it's guilt. I think it's shame.
Okay.
Guilt is a bunch of bullshit. You know, if they felt guilty, like you said, somebody would have picked the gauntlet up a whole lot sooner than this.
Okay.
But I got nothing to feel guilty about.
I agree. I don't think anybody really should, honestly. I mean, what can you do to impact something that happened before you? Now, I'm not saying as long as you're not continuing to push the envelope, what do you really have to be upset about? I mean, what do you have to be guilty about?
I've never had that guilt because I treat everybody the friggin' same. I look at people as human beings. I don't see them as race, creed, color. Yes, I know that everybody is different colors and creeds and religions and all that shit. But bottom line is I treat them as a human being before I go anywhere else. I give people a fair shake. Now, they fuck it up on their own. That's on them, not on me. So, again, I'm not of the majority of this bullshit of feeling guilty. I find it interesting going back and looking at it as a genealogist, but guilt, that was before my generation. You know, why? And, you know, the thing is that, like you said, it comes down to white privilege. So what? You know what? I think in different situations, there's different privileges in different places. Mm. And I say this being for a long time, many years, I was the only white person in our all-black church. As a member, active member, tithing and everything.
Now, when they had to sing the song, were you on key? Were you on rhythm?
Hell no. No, I sang with the choir because there was no way you were ever getting a solo out of me. However, I mean, I was on multiple committees, did summer vacation Bible schools, the whole thing. And the pastor used to forget that I was the only white person in the room. And most of the time, you know, apologize to me. I'm like, you know, I think that it's kind that you recognize me as being among the community. You know, for the fact that, well, what he did say wasn't totally politically correct. But he had the right to say that, and he knew that I respected him for that. Do I feel guilty? No. You know, there are times that men across the board get more privileged on certain things than I do. There are times being female, I get more privilege than men do. Now, getting back to that. The woman from the grocery store, I will give it to Shannon and Miss Mead about the cashier. She absolutely was being an employee and doing what her job was. Completely get that. However, black woman was totally out of line. Because had I been standing behind her, I would have given her the side-eye, and that shit never would have went down. Okay? It was, I've had children. I've been pregnant more than once because I have 2 kids. If she pulled that shit on me, oh, no, that wouldn't have flown. But because of the fact that she felt entitled to do so and put that man where she thought he should be, and I'm proud of him for standing up for himself, by the way. Now, I will agree that both of them took it too damn far, and we wouldn't be talking about this for 2 days had he come back in and stood up for himself. But that's exactly what the man did. He stood up for her behaving badly. And that's all I got to say about that.
Okay. I still need to see the apparently the videos on YouTube, so I haven't seen it yet. I meant to see. I forgot all about it. I'm gonna check that out.
It's worth a good watch because you can see her trying to throw him under the bus, and then you can see her trying to back herself up off of it. Okay. And the other part of that upsets me is the fact that she's supposed to be representing a certain area of community because she's a representative. That's really, really bad behavior for somebody representing.
I would agree.
But I'm being judgmental, as my kids will tell you. However, I have the right to my opinion. Free speech. And I'm not going to offend a damn person because nobody gives a flying rat's ass what I think. And I'm okay with that. So did I cover it all tonight?
Yeah. I mean, I have no issue. Like I say, because I just don't understand. I just don't understand the premise of white guilt. Why you should feel guilty if you've done nothing? What do you have to feel guilty about? You know.
I felt guilty, but I would never relate it to being white. I'd be relating it to doing something dumb. I would relate it to you can't. Okay. Personally, I can't feel guilty about something I didn't do. And why should I punish myself for something that wasn't even of my generation?
I agree.
And I kind of can't go any more than that. Now, I really like Shannon, but sometimes she is having a Kenneth moment. And with being a greenhorn and just, okay, I know she's almost 30, but she comes off as very sheltered in some ways. Now, I will give her huge amounts of credit from walking away from toxic relationships because that's pretty cool, and definitely a shout out to her for that. But if you ain't ever been pregnant, you can't talk on that shit either, girlfriend.
Huh.
And having your period ain't an excuse for being a hormonal bitch.
Huh.
Neither is being pregnant, because God knows, like I said, I was.
Huh.
I'd like to think I was entitled, but I had a few people tell me otherwise. And most of those were my mom and my grandmother. So, I'm just passing it down the line. Hormones do not entitle somebody to be a bitch. It's a reason, not an excuse. So, you got anything else for me? Because I'm above that age where I have to deal with all that kind of petty crap.
No, I mean that's all. I'm glad you mentioned that. I'm glad someone was able to clarify that because I didn't think that was a justified reason myself. So I appreciate you, Miss Bell, for clarifying that the hormones, period, and pregnancy do not justify any of that type of behavior.
Okay, let me quantify with that. It doesn't mean it's not a reason it doesn't happen. Biologically, the hormones do change shit, and we do become bitchy.
Yes.
It doesn't mean that we're allowed to take that out on anybody else just because we're going through shit.
Yes.
And that's just general accountability. Am I going to tell you I wasn't a bitch? Oh, hell no. I was definitely a bitch. But at least I owned it. And that's the difference. You know, that representative, she was just acting entitled, not just bitchy. So, any other things for tonight?
No, ma'am, Miss Bell. I believe that is all I got for you.
All good. Okay. Back to the boards, and hopefully we'll have a really good discussion tonight.
Yeah, I'm hoping so too. I think you didn't got it started on the right foot. So the Bell has wrong classes in session. Shout out to Miss Bell. I appreciate you for calling in.
Hey, I really love this chat group. You guys are awesome.
Man, I think they're great people too. You too, Miss Bell, you included. So
hey,
I think all of y'all are great.
All right.
Thank you.
Night, Honcho.
Good night. Dread Shred, you gotta run, sub, and take it. All right, appreciate it. Shout out to Dead Shred 65. Appreciate you coming through, man. Hope to hear from you. This should be very interesting. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling in to the den this evening?
It is I, says me.
Says me. What's the motherfucking deal? Says me. Professor T. What's on your mind, man? How you feeling about tonight's topic?
Oh, I'd like to make some comments on Mrs. Bell's comments.
Okay.
First of all, she fucking nailed it. She nailed it. I never understood why they would call it guilt. It's more shame than anything. I agree with that 1,000%, but I can see how it can be converted to guilt. Because if you really think about it, you love your grandparents and all these other people, and if they were part of that shit, you feel kind of shameful on the fact that you love the people that took part in this shit. So I think guilt is a stretch, but shame is a lot more accurate, in my opinion. But I don't. But all the shit that they doing, I just really think that's completely unfucking necessary. Like, I mean, come on now, look. You have no control over what they did in the past. What shit you can't do shit about it now. Just don't continue that bullshit. That's it. Now, and as far as the white privilege goes, it's like this. But tell you why niggas be so mad when it's because it's not about you having a one-up over somebody else. It's the fact that you don't admit to having the privilege that you do. We have privileges too. Yeah, we do. But we admit that we have those privileges. Yes, I can say the word nigga over here in front of this group of people. And you can't. We never deny the shit. But some people be like, no, I don't have no privileges. I had to, get all my shit the same way you did. Yeah, but it's a little bit different. Your family had more resources to start with than my family did. So we have to come from further behind. Not making any excuses for anybody. We still got to, run the race, quote unquote.
Yeah.
But you started out in a much further lead. But the fact that if your family did have those resources and relationships available to you at that time and they chose not to pursue it or they fucked it up and they lost it, it's not our fault. The reason for us,
you kind of
fault.
you cutting in and out a little bit after. I think after you said after they lost it cut out a little bit. I don't know.
But
I don't know if it's on
can
my
you hear me
end.
now?
Let me see. I'm trying to see make sure it ain't on my end. Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay. You know what I'm saying? But that's still not excusing nobody for running their race. So even if I got to start from behind and I choose not to run, that's still my fault. But the fact that you have a head start and you're not willing to admit that's the biggest problem that black people have with certain white folks when they're not willing to admit shit. When you tell them a fact that, look, this is what we had to start. Oh, no, that's bullshit that you just using that as an excuse. No, that's not bullshit. That's a fact. You know it and I know it. But when you don't admit it, that's frustrating. That's the whole part about the history that's always the biggest clash. When we say something happened, they say it didn't happen. That's the biggest fight we have. Just tell the fucking truth. If it happens, just say it happened. We'll move on from there. But that's the biggest fight we've been having about this race issue from the jump. Motherfuckers not willing to admit the parts that certain people played in certain shit. Yes, there were black slave owners. Yes, there were. Some of our people don't know that because they don't really know the history. Because the history books are not depicted accurately. That's the problem. If we just told the fucking truth, as gruesome, as fucked up as it was, tell the fucking truth. That way everybody knows what's really real and what's not. Because the shit that's written in them history books, to quote the leader of the free world, is fake fucking news. and when you figure it out and find out, you're like, well, why the fuck was they teaching us this bullshit? It kind of pisses you off. Why don't you just tell me the fucking truth to begin with? If I'm going to learn history, teach it to me straight. So I just don't understand that. So it's almost like they trying to cover it up or sugarcoat the shit. When there ain't no sugarcoating and covering that shit up. But if you mention the Holocaust, or they'll tell you all the gruesome details of that. So what's the fucking difference? I'll let you decide what the difference is. I don't have to say it. We know what the difference is. I guess it's some of that guilt, quote unquote, that they feel. But all this shit where they got that fucking log around their neck, man, that shit look crazy, bro.
Man,
that shit is insane. It's 2019, man. Nobody should be like that, man. Especially from this country. Man. No fucking body.
What I tell you is crazy. Because I read an article in the New York Times earlier today about it, and the guy wrote in, and the answers were even worse. I wish I would have saved it. But he wrote in talking about he grew up in East Harlem, family basically lived there for 4 generations. Went to a primarily black school. Now, saying being like the only white kid, well, not the only white kid, but it was very few white kids, primarily black schools. He went through his whole life. Then ended up going to college, where the population is 75% white. And so that's when he said the white guilt started really kicking in. He just, he's always apologized. He says he talks to all his friends about white guilt and it just various shit. Like the story he told was like, man, you've already done too much. But he started talking about how, he's still feeling guilty and it feels even worse now, I guess, because of the college days, because that's the first time I guess he's been around the majority of white people and he feels like he's had advantages or whatever. But my thing is like, if you were in a situation with the rest of them kids, why didn't you come out, or why didn't they come out favorably as you? Or I'm sure that some of them did go. I'm not going to say none of them went, like he was the only person that went from that school that went to college. I'm sure some of the rest of them went off to colleges and did shit too. So like, I'm just trying to figure out how does a person get in? Because he talked about he did like stuff for black charities and donate to Black Lives Matter and just did all this other. And it's a lot of people who take advantage of that emotional response too. But that's a whole different thing. But it's just like I don't understand. What do you think that gets somebody into that mentality where they're so willing to dismiss themselves and who they are? Because I mean, he basically like it sounded like we talk about self-hate on the black side. It sounded like he just had self-hate for himself. Like if he could hop in one of them Urkel machines and turn black or something, that he would like to be a part of the cause. Like I'm like, man, I don't know, partner, but it just seems so. Oh, like I could never imagine. What do you think does something like that to somebody to make them feel that way?
I think it's kind of like this, Honcho. It's like watching a play live in the theater, okay? And all you can see from the audience is what the people that's acting want you to see. So all you can see is a certain image of shit. But when you behind the scenes, you can see all the inner workings and how shit's got to be the way it is. So let's just look at it like just from the ghetto point of view. If a white person's driving through the hood of the ghetto, it just looks like the worst shit ever to them. But from our end, looking out, it's normal to us, and we understand the inner workings of this shit, how this shit came to be. Because there's certain niggas that here that ain't about shit and ain't gonna be shit. They just out here just murdering motherfuckers regardless of race, creed, or color, whatever. They don't give a fuck. They just doing what they got to do. But from somebody looking in, they feel sorry for that same person. Yeah. Well, there's a reason that he's like that. And we's like, yeah, because he's an evil motherfucker. Mm-hmm. From our end of the spectrum, we can see it differently than what they see it. It's just a different point of view. So they look at that and be like, well, we know the history. We know what happened. And then look how these people have to live. Then they go to feeling a certain type of way about it. Then they want to do something about it. When from your and our point of view, because we've been there, we've seen how these niggas just don't want shit. And they just wallowing in this shit, in this squalor, and they never gonna get out. So we don't feel guilty for them. But the people from the outside looking in do. So that's just a big, huge difference in perspective.
Okay. And I got one last question for you. I don't know if you had a chance to really look into it or if you heard me talking about it. How do you feel about the slave play thing and the kind of message that pushes?
The what?
Did you hear what I was talking about? Slave play? That's what it's called, slave play.
Slave play? What the fuck is that?
Oh, you didn't get a chance to hear about that. Okay. Well, slave play
you talking about the shit with the gay people and all that shit?
Yes,
the master? Man, I ain't watching that shit.
No, I'm not telling you to watch it, but why do you think...
What the fuck I look like?
But how is it that the same people who are pushing this, the same people who are running behind Black Lives Matter, the same people who are running behind Erica Thomas and Jesse Smollett and all this...
Man, them motherfuckers is crazy and sick in the head, Honcho. That's the only explanation I got. Ain't no regular sane person want to push and idealize some shit like that. I don't want to see... Look here, bro. It was bad enough I had to... I didn't have to. It was bad enough I watched Roots, bro. That shit severely fucked me up. Like, I don't want to watch no shit like that. I don't want to watch nobody get raped, bro. Like, what kind of shit is that?
Yeah.
That's not cool.
Yeah.
That's not some shit I want to have an image in my head, bro. Like, nah, I'll pass on that.
Yeah.
I'll pass on it. I can watch a fucking murder movie or some shit like that. Okay, cool. But I don't want to watch no shit like that. Just, nah, man, that's just not my wheelhouse. And I don't know nobody that would want to go watch some shit like that. I don't give a shit how good the acting is. Nah, I'll pass on that.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I
I don't like it in real life, and I damn sure don't want to like it in a fucking movie. Nah, I'm straight.
Okay. And that's why I say I find it odd that, again, it's just, I say it's so peculiar because these are people that are telling you that all this stuff is going on. But again, like I say, these people front row and they, watching this shit. Oh, this was such a great play. This was such a. That's what I say, man. You got to look at the agenda of the people who are saying this shit, man. And it's primarily
that's that Holly weird shit.
Yeah. Exactly. Same people.
That's that Holly weird shit, man. Eddie Griffin was telling you niggas about it. I'm telling you, man. Eddie Griffin is the most left-on comedian. That nigga always kept it 1,000, man.
Yeah.
That's why he always be, the top of the list for me. Because he was funny and he was telling the fucking truth. It was some weird-ass shit. I guess they got so much money and so much fame, they be so bored, they just be into some weird shit. Just for something different. They done everything else. I don't know, man. I don't know.
Yeah, I guess when you ain't got shit else to rock with, I mean, you gonna start doing something. But they still motherfuckers be so disconnected. Like I say, it's they don't know what to do. They just doing whatever sound clever. So that's part of the problem with that. Okay, all right. Anything else that you got on your mind? Anything else you want to add to the conversation there?
Yeah, I want to try this one more time.
Okay, what you got?
One more time. One last time. Just bear with me, Chad. I know I'm probably past for 10 minutes. Just bear with me. This fucking grocery store shit. Okay. Now look, I'm just gonna, as a side note, talk about my mom. My mama is one of the most nicest, sweetest ladies you ever meet in your life. Always has a smile on her face, never responds to anybody negatively. No shit like that. She's just a real nice, sweet person. But when she was pregnant with my little brother, my nigga, let me tell you, I was terrified because I did not know when I came home from school who I was going to walk into the house to meet. I'm just keeping it a buck with you because some days she just be her regular self and some days, bro, nigga couldn't do shit right. It's just like, damn, Mom, chill. Get off my ass, bro. Like, and she was never normally like that. But when she was pregnant with my little bro, hey, it got so bad sometimes me and my stepdad would just get in the truck and just go to AutoZone. Don't need no parts or nothing. We just go browse the motherfucking aisle just to get away from her ass.
Oh,
because she be on him and me, bro. Then when we come home, we open the door all slow, like turn the lock real slow and shit. And this motherfucker be sitting in the couch next to the lamp. As soon as we walk in the door and close it, she cut that lamp on. Oh, you motherfuckers just gonna sneak in the house. I like, God damn, look, bro, it was some scary shit. It was some scary times, man. Okay. But anyway.
Hold on one second. I'm trying to figure out who the fuck, who Jeff is talking to, because as far as why I don't think anybody said that they condone this, so I'm trying to figure out who he talking about. You inform me, clarify that, Jeff, because I want to make sure you ain't sounding foolish out there. But go ahead, J. Dizzle, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, you good. But I kind of look at it in a situation like this. Let's say you go into a park, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then there's a bunch of skateboarders skating around the park.
Mm-hmm.
And you see the police officer standing right next to the no skating sign.
Yeah.
And you say, hey, bruh, I thought they're not supposed to skate on the park.
Mm-hmm.
He said, well, yeah, they not, but, the captain is real lenient on them, so we don't too much mess with them. They don't tear up nothing. They don't really bother nobody. We just let them do them, and then they go on about their way. If they go to getting too rowdy and stuff,
mm-hmm.
We'll run them off. But for the most part, we'll just let them skate, keep them out of trouble doing other shit.
Mm-hmm.
So then you get mad and be like, well, fuck this. I don't want to hear that rolling around noise and woo-hoo and all this shit, so you decide to go confront one of the skaters. And then they have a problem with it. They be like, well, look, if the cop ain't got a problem with it, then what the fuck is your problem? Well, I shouldn't have to hear that noise, and that's against the rules. Well, if he ain't got a problem with it, you can get the fuck on, bro. That's kind of how I look at it, because the person that's supposed to enforce it, which is the employees, didn't enforce it. Then who in the fuck are you?
Yeah. Well,
So do you have a response to that situation?
I'm a tax-paying goddamn citizen, and I want the same standard applied across the goddamn board. Rules are rules, goddamn it. If we don't follow the rules, the world descends into chaos, goddamn it.
That's true too. Now that you said that, this is where I get your ass. Let's take the speed limit.
Yeah.
You know as well as I do. Most of the cops, you do 5 over, they won't fuck with you. They'll leave you alone. But if you're driving the speed limit and somebody else passes you and it startles you, you pull up to a cop and say, hey, why you didn't pull him over? He say, well, he was just doing 5 over. We normally let people go like that.
No.
Who would you be to go chase that person down and tell him to slow down? After the fact.
Are we in a residential neighborhood?
Okay, we can take it as that.
Okay. Well, if we're in a residential neighborhood,
To help your side of the
I'm
argument.
gonna talk some shit. There's kids in this neighborhood, goddamn it, and they play in these streets. Slow your goddamn ass down. No, you mean?
Okay,
I mean, and
I
just,
get that, but ain't you supposed to keep your fucking kids out the street?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, this is the point. But hey, these are my streets,
So who would
goddamn
you
it.
hold more responsible for your children being in the street? The driver of the car or the child itself?
Let me find a way to find. Let me try to find a way to be right on this. Nah, you're right. Nah, you're right though. I'll bullshit to the side. You're right though. That's me.
That's the
on
only
the kids.
point
Yeah.
I'm making.
Yeah,
I'm
that's
not
the kids'
excusing
action.
the shit that she did, because she was tripping
Yeah.
with all the shit she pulled after that. But why did that motherfucker felt like he have that authority? That's the question I'm asking. Because there's a lot of people out there like that. What makes y'all feel like y'all have the authority or the quote-unquote right to tell somebody some shit when you don't have no authority or no right over someone else? You don't.
Yeah.
You just don't, no matter how you look at it. Unless it's your child, somebody that you're responsible for. That's the only person you have the right or authority over, or your damn self. And then some of y'all want to make excuses for that person, but you want to condemn someone else. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense.
I agree. Like I say, and I'm still stick to my thing. Both of them were in the wrong. It just was a domino effect of things that happened. You know, could she have gone into the other aisle?
It just turned into foolishness on her part. Lord have mercy.
Yeah, could she have gone into the other aisle? Yeah. Was it a big deal that she was in that aisle? No. Could he have just minded his business, went on about his way? Yeah. Did he do that? No. Like I say, nothing that either one of them did was illegal, but it just blew up into this big thing. And like I said, to me, where it just went AWOL was once you used social media to push a fabricated, partially true, but a lot of fabrication in it, using some hot button words and topics that were getting people triggered and riled up, and then letting it blow up into something bigger, and then still trying to push the narrative, even though it got to the point where it was proven some of the things that you said were not factual, but trying to use your leverage as a politician or whatever. That's my problem. And then my issue with that is just when it happens to real people now, it hurts people who really go through racism. That's my big deal. Like I'm not saying that there's no racism ever, but I'm not with using fake allegations to try to prove a point, to use that as leverage. To me, that's even worse. It's like you piggybacking off people who are really going through shit in a way. But that's just my thoughts on that.
You know how you get her ass? You vote her motherfucking ass out. Because if she willing to lie about something as trivial as that, imagine the shit that she lying about in office.
Exactly.
Fuck that. She got to go.
Yeah, and that's what
she got to fucking go.
And I was just using that as a reference. Like, if you want to lie about something, what's the type to stop a person like that from lying about a sexual encounter or anything else? Like, I mean, it could be anything. And so that's why I say, man, you got to be careful.
Take your pregnant ass to the house. Straight up.
Already.
And then you could tell your child why you got fired or why the motherfucker voted your ass out or asked for your resignation. Teach your daughter that.
Explain that shit. Yeah.
This is what happened when you fuck up and do some crash dummy shit. Okay. Don't be like me, be better than me, like T.I. said. Yeah. Yeah.
Just had to throw that in there, huh? That's that goddamn light skin privilege.
Yeah. Yes, I did. That was the last nail in the coffin.
All right, I'm gonna let you make it. I ain't even gonna fight. I ain't even gonna dispute it. I'm gonna just let you have it. I ain't gonna put no fight up with it.
But hey, Honcho, real quick, we gotta set up that Bretto and that dude.
Man, Lee and Bretto.
No, we got to set this up, bro. That will be fucking epic.
Man, I'm trying to figure it out now. That's what I'm saying. Before the dinner over with, I'm gonna find out who all, because I'm thinking it'll have to probably be through Skype or something like that. But I'm gonna find out who all really want to participate, and we gonna make something shake. So I think that'll be a great addition to the community, man.
Nigga, if you smart, you can put that shit on pay-per-view. I'd rather watch that than another motherfucking fight. Fuck that.
Oh man,
I just can't imagine where this back and forth would just go to. Like, how far out there would it go, and would I be able to retain consciousness and trying to keep all this information in? Man, that shit would be interesting as fuck.
Y'all gonna be looking like me. Y'all gonna be at home looking like me with the notebook, trying to stay on top of this shit. All right, Miss Betty Spaghetti, appreciate it. Okay. Well, that's
all right. I'm gonna get off of here and let somebody else call in and spill they guts out here.
All right, that's a bet. Well, I appreciate it, Professor Trio.
Yeah, shout out to Sweetberry the Pistachio Bandit. That's your moniker from now on. Because that motherfucker be stealing, fighting every goddamn thing she can. It's goddamn pistachio.
Man,
chill out, girl.
Yeah, she gonna pull a jack move to get them out.
Exactly. But all right, I'm out of here.
All right, that's a bet. Appreciate you calling, Professor Trio.
All right, Honcho.
All right. Oh man. And I can't dispute that, because like I say, if you do apply it to other things, it is what it is. But it's just like I say, it's just because because honestly, like I said, that whole store situation, we should never have known about it. We should never be talking about it. It should have been what it was, and it should have been the end of it. But for some reason, it got blown up and out of proportion because of the way it got promoted. What's the motherfucking deal? Who we have calling into the den this evening? The line is active tonight. Ashley. How do you feel about white guilt, Ashley? Do you have white guilt?
Do I? What?
I'm fucking with you because everybody think you white. How do you feel about white guilt, Ashley?
I don't think it exists.
Okay. And so why do you think? What do you think those people who are out there apologizing and doing all that weird stuff, like why do you think they do that?
Because they're fake. Like, I don't really think that they're genuinely guilty about what their ancestors or people they don't know or what they haven't actually done. Like, I just don't see that.
Okay. Well, what about the people who are capitalizing off of it, who are finding ways to monetize it, and people are paying for this stuff? What do you think about those people? Why do you think they do that?
Because they know people will buy into it.
Okay. So,
because huh?
No, I'm listening to you. What you think? It's an excuse?
No, I wasn't really saying anything.
Okay. So I'm trying to figure. So, like, should white people feel guilty?
Should they feel guilty for what?
For something that their ancestors did that they didn't take any part of. Should they feel guilty for that? Should they walk around feeling guilty for the circumstances?
No, and I don't think they do.
Okay. All right. So, have you heard about the slave play?
Yes, I have.
What are your thoughts on that?
I think it's disgusting, but it's definitely something some white person came up with.
Oh, no. Come again. It was actually some gay black men who came up with that play.
Well, even more disgusting.
So why do you think that they did that? Because again, the only I think consensual relationship in that is between the slave master and the black woman, but yet everything involving the black man is gay. The slave master's wife is apparently using sexual objects on the black slave. Then he's also involved with a white indentured servant. Why do you think that these gay men are pushing the narrative of making the black man so gay, but yet the black woman is actually enjoying her romps with the the white slave master. Why are they pushing that narrative? But yet it seems like most people, anytime some type of racial aspect comes up, especially the Hollywood types, they're the first people in line, screaming about injustice or something, but they're the main ones supporting this play. Why do you think that is?
Because I think the agenda to make black men gay is real. I think they're really pushing that narrative hard.
Okay. What do you think is? What do you think they gain out of doing that?
I don't know what they're gaining out of doing that, really. I don't know. But it just seems like it's an agenda.
Okay. What do you think is behind? Do you think that the gay black men who made this and who are funding this, directing this, or whatever else, do you think that they are trying to feel more comfortable by making more men or making more people like them? Do you think they're trying to normalize it? Do you think they have something against straight black men? Because you see people like what is his name, Lee Daniels, and he hates. Yeah, he seems to hate straight black people because of the way he was treated and everything else. So that's why he kind of does some of the things he does. What do you think the agenda is? What do you think their point is? If it's these being black men who made this play?
I just think the gay agenda is I don't think it's not necessarily an agenda of the gay black men, but I think it's an agenda to make black men gay or to normalize it in black culture, really. But it's not going to happen.
You don't think so? And I agree with you. I do think it is a thing because you see all the alphabet movement always attaches itself to some type of quote unquote civil rights movement or whatever else it is, and they try to make you feel like if you're not rooting for, like, say when Jesse did that, there was a bunch of articles written by feminist women saying that black men are the problem because they're not supporting Jussie Smollett. Well, it's not the problem. We saw that it was obviously a fraud. Or we saw articles that said what was it? It was something else along those lines. But you see a lot of these black feminists, they condemn black men. Like, what is it that black men have done to black women to make these black feminists hate them so much?
I don't think anybody hates black men. Like, where are you getting that from?
No, there is a crowd of modern black women that hate black men. What is the chick's name? She's in a lot of she's got her hands in a lot. I can't think of her name because I've never really seen the shit she did. But she lied on the football player saying that he sexually harassed her, but he never even met her.
Oh, Amanda Seals
yes,
or whatever.
Yes, there's a bunch of Amanda Seals out
Yeah.
there. There's a lot of those out there, and so and they use this this guise of pro-blackness, but really they're pushing pro-black women, and there's nothing wrong with that. But that doesn't mean at the expense of throwing men under the bus to achieve your agenda. Why do you think? Well, I mean, when you say you don't think that, so I can't ask you, why you would think that they would do that. So if you don't really see a lot of it, I guess that would be different. What else? I was saying, because I was going to ask you why do you think they do it, but if you don't see a lot of it, so you may not believe that they really do it.
No.
Okay. Why would you think that she would do it specifically, Amanda Seals? Why do you think she would do that? Not knowing this guy, being one of these pro-black people who knows
That she would lie about somebody harassing her.
Yeah, that she's never even met, really.
I mean, I would think one of her parents would be the problem. It's your upbringing.
Okay. Do you have white friends, Ashley?
Do I have white friends?
Yes.
Most of my friends are white.
Okay. So the one that you told to go date the druggie, was she white?
Yeah.
That's terrible. You're a terrible friend, Ashley, but I like you. So my thing is this. So what if one of your friends said, "Hey, Ashley, I'm feeling some type of white guilt. I need your advice on what I should do." What would you recommend? What would you tell them?
I would say, why are you feeling this way and telling me to feel guilty? Like, I think it's just another attention-seeking word for white people. Like, nobody's telling you to feel guilty. There's no real reason to feel guilty. So why do you feel this way? You're saying that for attention. You're acting like a sympathizer. Like, they'll act like they sympathize with everything just to say that they do.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't believe it. You can't just accept everything and all of a sudden say, oh, like just even with the gay movement, like not everyone's this comfortable with homosexuality all of a sudden. And just because they're saying, like, just because there's gays on TV and that's a popular thing and they can finally get married, like, okay, like, you know, it doesn't mean I have to accept it. I know it exists, but it's not for me.
Okay. I don't know. I'm trying to think, because like I say, there's I guess you have to see certain and I agree with you. I do think it's an attention-seeking thing because
Do you genuinely think, like, why would you feel bad for that, and why are you trying to convince me that you feel bad for it? If you really felt bad, you would dismantle the system and make it better for black people, but nobody's doing that. Like, stop with all this bullshit. You don't feel guilty about being white. You don't.
Okay. So like I said, I don't know. Like I say, just because it's so much weird shit. 'Cause there's so many weird groups of people nowadays in America, and again, there's small pockets of weirdos pushing certain weird beliefs and things like that. But yeah, I agree that I think that it has to be a personal attention-seeking behavior. But some people, like they say they go out of their way, they do everything that they can to support and improve, but
Like what?
They donate
Like
to black
what?
causes. I told you about I don't know if you heard about the black subscription box, the white guilt subscription box started by two feminists, and basically you pay $25.
Right, I heard you talk about
Okay.
that.
So what they do in that box is they send them a list of things what the feminists say will justify their action. So they, like I say, they tell them to go serve in black communities. Like I say, tip black people more, recognize this, talk to your white friends about this, and they give them this list of stuff every month, basically, that they're supposed to do each week. Do you think that by these people going and following these instructions that it's going to improve anything?
I don't think they're actually doing them. It's probably a picture that they'll take for Instagram or talk about with their friends. But I don't really think they're genuinely going out there doing these things.
Okay. That's interesting. Okay. So you think they're just paying the money just to say that they're doing it and throwing the boxes in the corner?
Right, like if you really feel guilty, paying money isn't going to help anything.
It'll get the feminists a new car, so they
And
may have to.
and what do you think? And what do you think your fake sympathy is going to do for me? That does nothing. Like what? Like how would that help anybody? You saying you're sorry, and you saying you're guilty, does that do anything for me? Or does that do anything for you? Like, what is that? Okay. That doesn't help.
Well, I feel like this. If they feel sorry, my P.O. box is open. I take personal checks. Just make sure you make them out to the business name. And I'll put them in the account. So if y'all, hey, if anybody's out there feeling that white guilt, and it's really eating at you, I'm telling you, go sell everything you got. Sell your house, sell your cat.
Yeah, if you would like to feign sympathy, you can send it to Honcho
Yes.
box.
Yes, and I'll give you a shout out on stream, and I will cure you. I'll dress up as Pastor Honcho, Pastor, Preacher, Father, Rabbi, Reverend, Deacon, Brother Honcho, and I will cure you of your white guilt. So.
Yeah. Fulfilling does nothing. Monetary gain is what it's all about.
Yes, and then I will take it and I will spend it in a black strip club, and then everybody benefits. Everybody benefits, right? And so there you
Right,
go.
liquor stores, Newport sells tea through the roof. Jeez, and let's talk about Plan B. That would be just through the roof.
Plan B, Plan A is just to pull out, all right? So we don't need no Plan B, as long as you stick with Plan A. You know what I mean? That's just what it is. But I agree. I think it is a part of selfishness in it, especially if you're promoting some type of level of white guilt to get attention. Okay. Is there anything else that you would like to add to that, Miss Ashley?
No, just I don't see why people think it's so unusual that I find interracial marriage disturbing. Like, it's not like I don't like it and it's not for me, but I know it exists and I don't go out of my way to, like, say things about it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I just don't see why it just keeps getting brought up that I have a white great-grandfather. Like, what does that have to do with anything?
Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, I think everybody's entitled to their views, and, you know, if you don't agree with it, or, you know, you're not too keen on it. Like I said, at one point in time, I was the same way. It just, some certain experiences just kind of changed my perspective about things, even though I did used to participate in, you know, interracial dibbing and dabbling. You know, it is what it is. I think people's perspectives change, and if you feel whatever way you feel, as long as you aren't accosting anybody for what they're doing, I think people should have a right to feel how they want to feel. I mean, so.
Well, I think people should feel how they want to feel, but it's like, why? If you found out your grandparent was gay, you're not going to automatically encourage your daughter to munch carpets or do anything like that. Like, that has nothing to do with anything. Like, my personal opinion, like, that's not going to change based on the actions of anyone that I love. So my opinions are my own opinions, and I don't need anybody to elaborate or try to break down. That's how I feel. I don't need you to say, oh, well, you should feel a certain way because of whatever you think I should feel. No, I don't. And it's not changing.
Okay. Yeah, don't encourage the kids to munch carpet. I mean, unless I guess it's like actual carpet, and the kids are weird like that. But y'all know what we're talking about. Don't encourage the kids to do that. If they go that way, they'll figure it out on their own. Just don't encourage them to do it.
I mean, whatever, but you're not going to do all that, so don't tell me that I should have to accept something that I don't like just because of somebody I love.
Okay. Is there a particular reason why, that you, I mean, is there something that, like, specific that, is there a specific reason that you don't like it?
Specific what?
Is there a specific reason that you don't care for interracial relationship? It's just a personal preference, or?
I mean, it's my personal preference. It's just what I feel when I don't care if other people are doing it, but I don't want my family doing it.
Okay. All right.
It just, I don't know, like, what, do you get a gagging feeling when you see two guys kissing or holding hands?
Yeah, I'm not going to look at that.
It's like a natural, but I'm not going to say like that, but I'm saying it's like a natural reaction that you have to things. I don't know why. It's just a natural reaction that I have to it.
Okay.
Like, I know it exists. Some people do it, whatever, but for me and what I like to look at, no. It just gives me that same feeling.
Okay. I understand. I understand. All right. Well, I have no further questions. Anything else that you would like? All right.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's pretty much it.
Okay. Well, I appreciate you calling in and sharing your thoughts with us, Miss Ashley.
Okay, bye.
All right. You have a good evening.
You too. Bye.
All right, bye. Shout out to Miss Ashley. So she ain't got to explain shit to y'all. What y'all gonna do about it? Say put her address on it, she'll pull up. Now let me stop making all that shit up. Yeah, speaking of gay memes, hey Kenneth, what's up? What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling in to the den this evening?
What's up, Honcho? It's your boy Chill Sports.
Chill Sports. What's the motherfucking deal, Chill? What's on your mind this evening, man?
Well, I saw your topic, and I had nothing to do tonight, so I was like, oh shit, I might as well listen in then, because I never really, I've heard of like the idea of it, I just didn't know what it was called. Now I know what it's called. It's called White Guilt, and I'm like, huh, I don't mind listening. I kind of want to listen in tonight. I was about to go to bed, but then I saw it, I'm like, fuck it, I'll listen to it. I'll stay up. Fuck. But anyway, you know me. I'm a big sports guy, and I'm gonna make another reference. Okay. Jackie Robinson, first African American player to play in the Major League Baseball.
Yes.
Now, did the Brooklyn Dodgers manager, I forgot his name, I can't remember, but anyway, did the Brooklyn Dodgers manager get him because he was black, because he felt bad? He was playing in what was back then called the Negro League, where it was that specifically where only blacks could play in. Did he bring him in because he felt bad, or did he bring him in because he thought he was a good player?
Yes.
Well, he was a good player, and he proved that he was a good player. And if he brought him in just because he was black, did it turn out to not be good? Like, then that's why guilt right there, because you're like, oh, I feel bad that this guy plays in the Negro League, that he can't be in this white league. Oh, I'm gonna bring him in anyway. But no, I mean, it was great that happened. I hate this thing that people have out there, like, oh my goodness, like, we should definitely like vote this guy for mayor. He might have the worst ideas ever for our city, but we never had a black guy as a mayor before. We never had a black person as a mayor before, so we're gonna vote for him anyway. Bring him in. Like, if you're gonna vote for somebody, vote for someone that will be good for your society, not for just like making history that is unnecessary history to make if it won't turn out good at the end. I mean, what do you think about that?
No, I agree, man. I don't think you should do anything just simply based on race. I think you take the best candidate for whatever job is available. And if you make a decision based on race and you're willing to pass up on a more qualified candidate for whatever it may be, because you just want to see something solely based on race, I think you're making terrible decisions with your life, and I think you end up regretting it.
I mean, heck, the Brooklyn Dodgers manager wasn't even going to sign Robinson in the first place. He was just going to have him go play for a Montreal team, but then he was like, oh man, this guy's actually really good. You know what? I've seen enough. I'm gonna go ahead and sign him. He didn't care about his skin color. He's like, it's basically like this: if you can play, you're on the team. I don't care if you're like white or black. If you can play, you're on the team. I like these days it's based on colors, based on sexual orientation. It's based on all that. I mean, these days it's not really about creativity. It's not about innovation or whatever. It's about who you are. And it's like if a black guy gets passed up on a promotion by a white guy, he or she's automatically get pissed because like, oh wait, whoa, wait a minute. So why is he getting it? The boss is like, well, as you see here, he's done great things for this company. He's had great results. So I feel like this person deserves a job. He's like, but the black guy's like, whoa, it's because he's white, right? It's because he's white, right? And the boss is like, no, it ain't because of that. Like, and then it's like, no, it is. So I'm gonna file a discrimination lawsuit unless you give me the promotion now. And it's this whole thing that makes white people guilty. And it's like, man, God, sorry, dude, but I guess I have to give to him. I don't want this company to go through discrimination lawsuit. So I'm sorry, but we're gonna have to give it to him.
No, I agree. I mean, and I think in certain situations, I mean, you have to use the leverage and the actual facts. And again, if the guy is, I think in a situation like that, if the guy has a proven track record versus someone else, I think you might be able to. But you do have a lot of people who use that because they don't want to look past. Like, that's my thing. Like, I'm not saying that racial stuff doesn't happen, but that should be the last factor that you know what I'm saying? Like, that should be the last factor that you apply when you're looking at something. So you should look at everything else and try to rule out every other possibility. And if nothing else makes sense, and then it comes down, okay, well, hey, the only difference or the only whatever else, it's a racial situation, then maybe look at it. But what I think most people, the first thing they go to is the external surface. And, well, he's white and I'm black, so it must be that. And I think that's a cop-out, and I think that's a lazy way to operate, because then you'll use that as an excuse for almost everything, and you'll use that as justification for not succeeding in many arenas. Well, I can't because I'm not this color, I'm not this, or the advantages are against me. So I agree with what you're saying, and then it is a sticky situation with a lot of the legal applications, depending on what it is that if you are passing up certain candidates, if they're not a woman, if they're not a certain race, if whatever, if you're not hiring a certain number of people, whatever it may be, if you don't have a certain number of people in management positions, I know all of these things are factors and can hinder the company that depending on if you build or work for, whatever it may be, it can be problematic. It can definitely be an issue. So I can agree with you on that.
I mean, yeah. I mean, then again, I'm not saying that racism and discrimination doesn't happen. It does. It is still a thing that happens. It'll happen for as long as humans exist. It just gets to, like, it's just one of those things that it's always going to be an ongoing thing. It's like crime. You're not ever going to fully stop crime. It's still going to happen no matter what. But it gets to a point where it gets ridiculous when you're saying that it happens so much that it needs to be added more. I just feel like it's getting ridiculous at this point, and also the reparations shit, like that's a spawn of white guilt if you think about it as well, because it's like, oh, y'all should feel bad for what happened almost 200 years ago, and then y'all feel bad, y'all should pay for it. Y'all should pay.
No, I'll look at reparations differently. Even though I'm not a fan, or I'm not looking towards the reparation thing, I'll look at that a little bit differently, because I can understand, kind of like to tie into what Trill said earlier when you're talking about resources and things like that. But I think at this point it's just gotten where the country's gotten so saturated and so many things going on that I think the logistics of the situation are extremely difficult. And it's not so much, in my opinion, at this point about maybe slavery, but I think that there should be some other caveats, and I wouldn't say, oh, let's just give a bunch of people a bunch of checks. I think it should be something different. But I would look at reparations differently. I wouldn't associate that with white guilt. White guilt is something, to me, when you just you're trying to pay for a situation because you feel like there's something that you can do, and I really don't think there's too much that an individual white person can do on their own. Yeah, you maybe try to form a collective or something, but there's nothing that you really can do. It's not gonna change anything systematically. So it is what it is.
Do you think that white guilt is racist?
I think it's condescending. I think that it's like, I guess internally you feel like, well, I'm better off. I'm better than this person, so I need to humble myself or lower myself, or I need to do this, that, and the third to, I guess call myself leveling the playing field or whatever it is. So I think it's more of a condescending attitude than necessarily maybe even being a helpful. So I don't know.
It's an interesting topic, because these days, like these liberals and these like AOC and all those other Democrats, they try to, I just think they try to make white people feel bad that they were born white. And it's just, I don't feel bad that I was born white. I was born to certain things. And I admit that I had certain advantages growing up. Well, I didn't have certain advantages at first, but now I have certain advantages right now that make me do stuff that I wouldn't have done. And if someone's gonna make me feel bad about it, then I don't want to listen to them. I don't give a fuck. Like, if you're gonna, why waste time? Why waste time trying to make me feel bad about having the stuff that I have? Why not you spend time on yourself trying to achieve the things that you want to, instead of wasting your time making others feel bad about what they have? And because I worked for things that I got. Yet I would feel some people would try to make me feel bad anyway. And those are the same kind of people that live on welfare and have not worked a single day in their life.
Okay.
But yeah, it's just a crazy ass world we live in. I mean, I'm 18, but I'm 18 and I've already I've opened my eyes to the world a year ago, and that's just like, oh my fucking god, it's a fucking mess we live in.
I would agree. I would agree. We are in a sticky situation.
I mean, I can't wait to see how I can't wait to keep growing. Like, see how like the more I want to experience more of the world, see what it actually is like. But I just fucking hope it ain't more the shit I keep hearing all around.
Oh no, man! You just you wait about 3 years. You'll be legal to buy alcohol. You can just drink all your problems away. You don't have to worry about it. You don't have to listen to that. You just stay wasted all the time.
Yeah, my mom keeps telling me to be a fucking bartender. I'm kind of thinking about that.
Yeah, man. Hey, that's not a bad way to get to learn some things. You're gonna hear a lot of stories, so I think that may help you. As I say, still being young, you definitely figure a lot of things out.
I mean, when I'm around like people that have been on the surf for a long time, I always ask them their stories, and their stories are this make you learn a few things. Like, wow, that was not only like, wow, that's how things were back in the day, but like just like what you yourself can encounter in life, and you should never feel bad. You should never feel bad about what you have, no matter what other people say about you. That, oh, you grew up with white privilege, and you should really feel bad about yourself. But then again, like you said, how can that be a privilege if you're already born into it? And just overall, like white guilt is a stupid thing, a stupid fucking idea, and white people these days should have nothing to feel bad about, except if they are indeed like racist and that they are like discriminatory people. But overall, I'm sorry that shit happened back in the day, but right now I don't give a fuck, because I was back in the day. It was already solved in the 60s and 70s. It was already solved. And it's just, I just want to, like, we just want to live our own lives right now. I don't fucking care. We don't fucking care anymore. We just want to move on. Because if we don't move on, then how the fuck are we going to progress through society?
I think there's some caveats in it, but for the most part, I agree with a lot of what you're saying. Like I said, I think there are some nuances and some other things that, that are a little bit deeper underlying. But again, like I say, ultimately, when it comes down to it, is that in this day and age, and that's why I say when we do talk, if you talk representative, go deal with the people who actually had to live through the situations that held them back. Now, I don't feel like people are being held back in that same capacity. I think we have more opportunity than ever now, but people are relying on prior situations to justify their lack of advancement. But as far as, like I said, there were issues then that may have hindered things, but now, like I said, I think you have a lot, especially like the younger generation now, who try to use things that took place back then to talk about why they aren't advancing now, and I don't necessarily think that's justifiable. But like I said, I think that's kind of a different conversation.
But hey, like, one more thing, what do you think of those people throwing buckets of water at police officers? Have you seen those videos?
Yeah, I've seen those up in New York where they're throwing all the water, and that's why I say it's a whole crazy deal. And like I said, I wouldn't advise it. If you want to take that risk with yourself, and because it's the same people who will sit here and say, "Oh, they you're killing us for nothing," but then you're doing risky behaviors that don't coincide with what you're saying, and so it's a lot of stuff going on because New York is a special case. It's a lot of, like I say, a lot of nuance. I think that's going to deserve another, like I said, another conversation in itself. But I think it's interesting to say the least.
Yeah, I just thought that was crazy. I'm like, damn, those police officers doing nothing wrong, but they're doing their fucking jobs. Mm-hmm. And these people coming in, like, Black Lives Matter people coming in just harassing the fuck out of them, and they did nothing wrong. They're just trying to protect and serve the community, and then you have people throwing fucking buckets of water at them and harassing them and shit. And there's this one other video I saw, these people like mobbing a fucking cop car, like hitting it and shit. And I'm like, ugh, man, I just want this all to fucking end, but it ain't gonna end. There's always gonna be people around here like that.
It's gonna get worse.
Yeah,
Trust me, it's going to get worse, and then there's a lot of reasoning behind it. But you know,
I mean, if AOC becomes president, oh my fucking god.
No, she never become president. That's like I said, that's a political play, and Trump is smart bringing her to the forefront of a lot of these issues, because in reality, even though she got that, she's a congresswoman now, I don't think she'll repeat, and I think that it actually a lot of people want to distance themselves from her because she's becoming more problematic for the party. But people automatically think Democrat, they associate the name AOC with that, and so I think it's going to actually do more damage than it's going to be helpful, and so like I say, it's interesting though.
Yeah. But I just think, and another one last thing we should stop. We should actually start people need to start following. If people love MLK, there are all these Black Lives Matter people, then they should follow MLK's words. Well, I don't know, just judge people on the content of their character. And what he means by that is who they are as a person. Judge them not because of their skin color, not because of their sexual orientation, all that. But then again, you have people judging white people by their skin color, and they're like, since you're white, you should probably feel sorry for us, right?
Man, you got folks who lean towards MLK. I personally lean more towards Malcolm's beliefs personally, but I think that it is what it is. And like I say, it gets complicated. It gets very nuanced when you break it down. But we're gonna have some more of these conversations, because I think there's some very intriguing things that we need to discuss. You brought up a couple of points that made me think about some other things that I would definitely like to bring up in the den. But that police thing is actually pretty interesting, because I forgot about that. I saw it a couple of days ago, and I meant to mention that. So I appreciate you for bringing that up.
All right, Honcho. That's all I got for today for the show. I'm gonna let these. I'm pretty sure I know the phone line's pretty active as I was listening. I'm like, holy fuck.
Oh yeah, it's going down. The people have definitely got some opinions on this one. All right.
But anyway, I'm gonna get out of here, Honcho. I'll keep listening to the show, though. Guarantee on that.
All right. Appreciate the chill support.
All right.
Bye.
Good night.
Good night. But yeah, the cop thing is extremely interesting, because I've been seeing that happening in a couple of places. But what's going to happen is, if something did take place where people say, well, why they shoot them? They just throwing water on them. It's simply water. Well, I mean, y'all continue to antagonize and do whatever you're doing. It's going to be what it is. What's the motherfucking deal? Who we have calling in to the den this evening?
Hi, this is John checking in with my white guilt.
John, give me some of that white guilt, John. I need some of that. You can send it to the P.O. box. What's going on, John, man? What's on your mind this evening, man?
I fell asleep for a little bit, so forgive me if I repeat things that other people already said. But, I think white guilt is silly. Apologies are cheap. You can, sit here and feel sorry all you want, but what are you actually going to do about it? I don't want to hear anybody, whether it's white guilt or anything else, I don't want to hear somebody saying, I'm sorry. Either just stop doing what you're sorry about, or do something to make up for what you're sorry about. Don't keep talking about it. I don't know where all this white guilt comes from, because I've known plenty of white people my entire life, and I've never met somebody who felt guilty for being white. I've met white people as well as people of all races who've said, it's really fucked up what's happened to black people in the past and things that go on with black people to this day. But I've never met somebody who said they have white guilt or they're ashamed to be white or sorry for being white or anything like that. And I've certainly never met anybody who thinks we should give money to black people because of whatever. So I don't know where all these white guilt people are. I mean, I'm in New York. I haven't met them.
They're probably all in Cali, probably in Berkeley somewhere.
Berkeley, but so listen. If you're sorry, say you're sorry. Move on with your life. If you want to do something about it, do something about it. But I think when you keep talking about it, it's just a political thing. Like that lady who's running for on the Democrat side. I forgot what her name was, but you quoted her a little earlier, like Marilison or something like that. Whatever her name is, the one who led the prayer in the church.
Oh yeah, Marianne Williamson. I think that's the one.
Yeah,
the author.
Yeah. Was she doing that? I mean, at least once or often before she started running for president, where she was preaching for reparations and having white guilt, or is that something new just for politics?
I'm not
so
sure.
She can look.
I'm really not sure.
Yeah.
Because
I've never heard of her, so that also might be a reason why we might not know anything about her too. But I mean, I think I'd be interested in seeing how many times she said similar things prior to running for office. Is there any questions you have?
No, not really. Like I said, because I think the general consensus is that most people don't think that there should be white guilt. I don't think that most people think that they have white guilt. And I think, again, like I say, actions do speak louder than words. I don't know. Like I said, because I know you said you.
Well, I feel like if you have white guilt, or you feel, maybe for lack of a better word, but maybe you feel sorry for black people, what they've been through, maybe the best thing to do is just treat them like you would treat any other person. Treat them as an equal. Treat them kindly. Be polite to them, et cetera, et cetera. Maybe that's the best thing you can do for anyone. Not just people you feel sorry for. Just treat everybody as an equal. That might be better than you saying you're sorry. That might be better than reparations. Just treat everyone as an equal. And I have a couple of things I want to ask you. So how do I know I can donate to you through various apps, but I hate sending people straight cash. Is there a way I can buy things that could help you with the show? I don't know, like equipment, decorations, posters, things like that, versus just sending you money directly?
Yeah. There's a way to put some various things on there. If you just want to go to, like I say, there's the merch shop. Like I said, I don't know if you want to buy some Den merch or if you're thinking something different. I gotta give you some more detail. Like if you want to, like I say, you can text in or whatever, and then we can kind of just chop it up. Maybe when we're not live or whatever, and then I can kind of. Like I say, if you want to go to merch shop, like I said, because they've got like coffee mugs, shirts, and things of that nature. Like I said, I don't know if you're talking something along those lines or, something different, then we can kind of figure it out.
Okay. And I know you did a pro-black show. I haven't seen. I think you did two of them. I haven't seen them yet. Mm-hmm. But I know that you did use a picture of Malcolm X for the thumbnail. Mm-hmm. So I'm a big Malcolm X fan. So I was wondering, could you do a show just on Malcolm X, his political views, how they changed from before Nation of Islam, when he was with them, and then when he separated from them, and the whole reasoning behind why, he was killed and who killed him, and how he is misinterpreted in the media for being a horrible guy, and things of that nature?
Yeah, that's actually a great idea. Because I see that a lot of people who, they associate themselves with Malcolm or they use him as a reference, but they do misinterpret him quite often. I don't think they really understood exactly what it was he was standing for. That's actually a great idea.
Yeah, also his, Like, I mean, like the fact that he was self-educated, you know, he went to jail, but when he came out, he, you know, got himself together, and built himself up. He's just like a self-made man, built himself up. You know, the whole, how his whole, I don't want to say political, but his whole beliefs, like he believed in free speech, he believed in the right to arm yourself, he was against abortions, and how, although he never said he said he was not a Republican nor a Democrat, but how a lot of his views today would be in line with the Republican Party in terms of anti-abortion, freedom of speech, stuff like that. So that, I think that would be, I would definitely be really interested in that show. And I know I definitely would call in and have a lot to say because I did a lot of studying on him, and I call him a politician, and people get pissed when I say that, but him and Donald Trump are my two favorite politicians. So, so I have a lot to say in regards to him in a positive way, and a couple of negative things, but it's constructive criticism. And one last thing, if I can inflict my white entitlement on you.
Okay.
I feel horrible that the only one law is not your favorite New Yorker anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So, as a form of a peace negotiation, could you give her, on my behalf, reparations from me to her of 15,000 pistachios?
15,000 pistachios.
Listen, black people have suffered a lot, man. Reparations is a big thing, and I truly want to help other people out. Could you give her 15,000, please?
If she's willing to accept those, if her pride will allow her to accept the reparation pistachios, I will give her the reparation pistachios. So only one lie.
Absolutely.
You got to do two things. You got to say yes, you accept, and give John a thank you, and I will give you the 15,000 pistachios.
I appreciate it, brother.
All right. Okay. Well, shout out to John, man. Okay. Anything else you got there?
No, that's all. That's all I got for this. I think the topic's interesting, but at the same time, it's just blah to me. Okay. But all right, man. Have a good night. I'll check in with you tomorrow.
All right, John. Appreciate the call, man.
All right, bye.
All right, good. All right. Well, I will give. I don't want to do it, but I'll do it. I'll suit you. Can I put them on layaway? Can I give you like a couple? Say I give you like 3 today. I give you like 3 tomorrow, and it's like 3 every day. Can we do it like that? What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling into the den this evening?
This is Sean. I think I may have called about 100 times.
Miss
so I'm
Sean,
going to go real.
Man, do your thing, Miss Sean. We might have to do a little extended in tonight. So because I know folks have been that was she fun, man. Oh man, look, Miss Sean I've been calling since like the beginning of the show and has been trying to get in. But y'all know how I operate. I take the very next call. Like as soon as I call in, I take the very next call. This is what we gonna do. Hold on. Look, hold on. Okay, there we go. I was going to call back. I was going to have to call right back. What's the motherfucking deal, Miss Shawn? You there?
Yes, I'm here. 100 times calling. I think I may have did a world den record. I may have to get some. I may have to get some pistachios.
Yeah, I'm gonna bring Miss Shawn off. She had Miss Shawn has been. I mean, she has been trying to get in, and like I say, the time has just been slightly off. So I will definitely.
I don't know if it's time delay or everybody is calling tonight. Hot topic. Whatever it is, but I was persistent. So I'm in the den now. So I'm about to go in the den.
Already.
Now, the first thing with the supermarket shenanigans, that's not even the topic, but I see that topic has been kind of interweaving through what I can hear in between trying to call in. Now, I had an opportunity to kind of go back because I was real green and naive with the issue, but I was reading directly from, a printed article. But the dude's name, I think his name was George Sparks, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to nickname him Sparky. So he's Sparky.
Okay.
That's Sparky. So okay. Sparky had like a firecracker up his ass, and it wasn't even the fucking 4th of July. So when I went back to the article, the lady went back, and she actually, I guess, through all of the motion and all of the hype and everything, she actually went back to her receipt. And on her receipt, she actually checked out with 11 items. The reason why it appeared so Sparky, good old boy, right, is because she also had her daughter in the line, and her daughter, who I think she was like 9 years old, she's trying to teach her financial responsibility and credit. She had explained that she had her daughter, it issued her daughter her own credit card. So it was like an experience for her to check out with her own items. So it was actually two separate transactions. And old Sparky wasn't even behind her. There were three other lines. There were three open lines. So even the legislator herself didn't even need to go in the 10-item line because the other lines were open. So at the end of the day, this dude, he was so upset, and this woman produced a receipt. She had 11 items, so she went over by one. Her daughter had a separate transaction. That was the extra item, the extra 5, where her daughter swiped her card. But this dude felt so white privileged, and we're going to call it what it is, because that's what it is. He went through his line comfortably with no upset or no inconvenience by this pregnant woman, and felt the need to double back on her and berate her, call her a bitch and ignorant. In addition to that, he even went as far as to go to customer service to complain. Customer service, their own rules and regulations of their store said that these things happen, but we don't enforce these kind of things. Yeah. So it's not even in their rules and regulations. So this dude really felt the need. He probably was upset with his white privilege. He went to customer service. Customer service couldn't do anything about it. Mind you, he wasn't even behind her. He went through his line like a breeze. It was nothing. It was like Calgon, take me away. No fucking inconvenience, okay? But this dude double back, triple back, Sparky. That's his name. That's why he's like fire. Yeah, he had fire in his ass. That's why his name is George Sparky Fire in your ass. Because you pissed off at a pregnant black woman going through a line that ain't even fucking with you. So I didn't even want to talk about that because that ain't even a topic. But I saw that thing was circulating, and, you know, I looked at it, and at the end of the day, you know, I'm for the sister. Emotional, non-emotional, pregnant, hormones, or whatever. I'm not even looking at you that you're a legislator. I'm looking at the fact that this dude, Sparks, this dude took so much extra effort, doubled down, doubled back, went to customer service, 3 lines open. It wasn't even a crowded day. I mean, come on, man. That is an example of white privilege. That's why he did that, because he was pissed off. That's all. Okay.
So I got a question. I got a question for you, Miss Shawn.
Okay.
So if she knew that she was having an experience where it was a teaching moment, and usually teaching moments take a little bit of time, right?
Yes.
So don't you think it might have been a better
teaching moment?
Yeah, a teaching moment. Don't you think instead of, if you're having a teaching moment, which is usually going to take time, and you're trying to get your daughter that experience, don't you think it would have been better for her just to go to maybe not an express lane? Because the express lane, the idea would be to go faster. So you're taking the time to teach your daughter, credit so that you can. Because when I take the little one to the store, I break down things. We go slowly. We talk about the prices, we talk about tax, and we talk about, this is what change you're getting back. We really break stuff down, and it takes a little bit of time. So don't you think it would have been better for maybe her to go to a regular lane instead of an express lane to have that teaching moment?
I really can't. In other words, and that's what I said, and that's, if you notice what I said, I can't, for the life of me, I don't know what a trigger or what was her thought process. Because everything in every report that I'm reading is that there were 3 open lines. And if you remember what I said earlier in this live conversation, I think I alluded to that. I'm not sure why she chose that line.
Yes.
Because there were, in all the reports that I'm looking at in red, there were 3 open lines. The 10-item line was the 3rd line. There were 2 other open lines. That's why old Sparky went on through with a brief. So I'm just not, I don't know what was on the sister's mind. I don't know if she realized it, didn't realize it, but I'm saying to myself, why would you choose the 10-item when all of the reports are saying that there were 2 open lines? And we know it's true. This is how we know it's true. Because he even admitted it himself. Over and over again, there were 2 other open lines. He went through the open line. So why you going to harass her for being in the 10-item line when really she was guilty of having 1 item over? Because she said after her emotion, she actually looked at her receipt. Her receipt was 11 items. It was, she said that she felt he got it confused because her daughter had separate items where she swiped her card. But he went through all of that extra. Somebody explain that extra to me, please. Make me understand that extra, Honcho.
Like I said, I think,
especially when you went. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. This is what we're talking about.
There's a lot of ladies, because I think the thing that happened with her too, when she first came out and said, you know, her whole deal, when she did her Facebook Live and all that, you know, she was like, well, I had 15 items, and you know, she justified a few things. So I think if she'd came out and, hey, you know what, I only had 11, I think she would have explained that initially. I think some of the views around this topic might have changed. Somebody said, well, she only had 11. You know, I think that would have been that original number. That was. I think it's just a lot of the little things. She didn't
even know. She even lied on her damn self. Mm-hmm. She lied even on her damn self in that live stream. I'm telling you, she was on straight reaction and emotion. Mm-hmm. And she even said, she didn't even realize it because she was like, what the fuck, man? Mm-hmm. Who the fuck is counting my items and shit? And I can understand that. She says it wasn't until she went back and actually looked at her receipt that she even realized how many items she had. She went on live talking about she had 15 when she really only had 11. So she actually lied on her own self in a lie. But that was just being angry, not controlling your emotions, not being careful what you say about yourself. It could have something to do with hormones and pregnancy. It could be a number of things. She could have had her feelings hurt. I mean, I think her feelings was hurt. Somebody done called you a bitch and did this and called you ignorant and all that, you know. And I think it was a number of things that contributed to that. But then when we slow down and go back and really look about what happened, I'm not even talking about the aftermath. I'm talking about the beginning, and I'm talking about all of the extra shit that good old boy Sparky, supermarket Sparky, spark up your ass like it's 4th of July. 4th of July been unpassed, and you still got fire in your ass. Yeah. You need to slow down, put some water on it. You done got through your line. You done got your, I don't know, what did you go for, some fucking Cheetos or something? Mm-hmm. Donuts. You got your Krispy Kreme. Mm-hmm. I mean, come on. Was it worth it? Was it worth it?
Okay,
so I didn't really want to talk about that, but that kind of really upset me because this man standing up for himself and he this, that, and the other. Come on. But he wasn't even behind it.
But should it have been a thing that exceeded past the public store? I mean, is this something that should have become? Was this worthy of going and making the deal out of it on social media, or should it have been something that just stayed in that store and been resolved there?
It was resolved there. Public said, mind your motherfucking business.
But it was no longer resolved there when she went and got on social media.
No. No. Public said he went and act like he was CEO and president of Public. Public said, slow your roll. There's nothing we can do. But he wanted to go and interject himself into something not even Public employees are allowed to do.
Mm-hmm.
That's because he felt privileged to do that.
Okay,
We have to slow down and really look at this.
Okay, but here's my thing though. If
This is not even policy.
if it ended there in Publix, they escorted me because they said whatever, told him to leave once it got heated or whatever. Why, if the problem was resolved there and nobody really said anything to it, why go on Facebook and then blow it up into a big thing?
For the reasons that I stated earlier, and like I said, it's speculation. I cannot get in that woman's mind, okay? Because I wasn't there, and fundamentally, in all fairness, we can't really speculate what's going on in their mind. But I have a general understanding. I'm gonna tell you what drove her to that, because somebody doubling back on me, going through all that extra effort to come back and call me a bitch and call me ignorant. Come on now. Who does that?
So you think he just really started off with that, or do you think
I want anybody in the den or whoever, even you go into the damn store, somebody get on your damn nerve. Do you have time? Do you even have fucking time for that?
No, man.
I don't even have time for that type of bullshit.
For some reason, I don't get those problems.
But that's what, when you think about it, fundamentally, I would like everybody to think about their grocery store experience. Half the time, I don't know. I'm a woman. People say if they're chauvinistic,
you know what?
I hate the grocery store.
You know what? I had a racist grocery store experience today, and I need to rant about it. I'm glad that you mentioned. I had a racist, and I'm finna get on my Facebook Live, and I'm finna talk about it because I went to the grocery store today, and I got one of those the little rotisserie chickens or whatever that they already be cooking or whatever, and so I got
pre-cooked.
one. Yes, pre-cooked chicken. And the guy that was operating in the self-checkout line, he was telling everybody as they were leaving, he was like, "Thank you for coming, sir," or checking out, sir, whatever. And he said, "Thank you for coming, bro." He told me, bro. He didn't call me sir, and I'm offended. I feel like it was racist because I was the only black person to check out. He called me bro. I'm suing Kroger and all of their affiliates. I'm highly upset about this.
Is this a real story?
This happened. I'm upset about it. Am I not allowed to be upset about it? He called him sir and called me bro.
Whatever gets your goat, baby. Whatever gets your goat. That's why I say I can't get into your head like I can't get into her. But all I can do is give a reasonable kind of assessment based on my own personal experiences. And my thing, and it may be biased, but my personal experience is I hate the grocery store. I'm trying to get the fuck out of there as quickly as I can. And if I have any kind of problem, I'm definitely not going to be doubling back. I'm not going to. The customer service line, that's like, oh, wow, that's hell. Usually it's long. You got to wait forever. That's the last place I'm trying to go is customer service.
Right.
So it's like, why? And that's just me. I mean, some people may be overzealous, but it causes alarm. For some reason, that causes alarm. Anybody else, any average person, wants to get the fuck out of the grocery store. They do not want to stand in the customer service line to report somebody being over 5 items. Something is wrong with that picture, especially when there were 2 open lanes that he breezed right through. Something is wrong with that picture, fundamentally. I don't give a fuck how she blew it up. He was wrong. He did all that to her. He called her a bitch. He called her ignorant. She got all up in her emotions. She got on a live and lied on her damn self because she said 15, and then she went and looked at her damn receipt. That's on the newer report that she only had 11. It was her daughter that had the extra item because her daughter was swiping, so it was 2 different purchases. So she may have been, Sparky was looking at it and not really understanding the circumstances, that it was actually 2 separate purchases. But I think it's just so ridiculous that it's ridiculous, but then it's important as well because it's a small thing, but it's a big thing because it is speaking to those little things really kind of have bigger indicators to bigger things. And that's why everybody's getting all up in arms about it. because this is the shit that we go through. And I think it's a classic example of white privilege. And that's just my position. And I know that there's people that have other positions. But based on my analysis and what I've read and connecting the dots, that is my position. And I'm not going to change it because I didn't do a position based on emotion. I took a position based on what I read and looked at the aftermath and the circumstances. And I cannot take my mind off of what triggered all of this. This man was over aggressive. Bottom line. He was not even behind her. He freely went in and out of an aisle with no obstruction, with nothing. Nothing. Customer service was wonderful. He breezed right on through, but he just really didn't like the fact that this woman was in the line, and I don't know why she didn't choose especially all of the reports said that there were 2 other open lines. I'm saying to myself, well, why did you choose the other line? I don't know. Everything happens for a reason. Maybe she was supposed to go there. Maybe this was supposed to blow up so we could have the discussion about it. And maybe we needed to see a live, real example of white privilege. But don't get it twisted. They're not going to soften and sugarcoat this shit with me because I know racism all too well. We know it. You're not going to sugarcoat it, and you're not going to get away from it. So that's not even really the topic. So now let's get to the freaking topic. So this one is so deep, I'll be a whole nother, I don't even know, 15 minutes. So I'm just going to keep it as basic as I can keep it because I'm actually sick of the conversation of race, white guilt myself. But let me just tell you all, here's why we can't get behind it. Because the race problem, the reason why we have a continuous race problem is because we are in a constant denial that there is a race problem. Now, I'm going to repeat that. The reason we have a race problem is because there is a denial that a race problem even exists. And if I had any kind of topic line, that's all I can say. That is why we are spinning our wheels. And this is why we have never gotten over the issue of race because we have not confronted it. Let me tell you something about white guilt. Ask yourself the question, why does white guilt or the concept of white guilt even exist? The concept of white guilt is because there are whites that are guilty. You feel white guilt because you are guilty. And those that understand why you're guilty feel it. Now, if the shoe fits, wear it. How do you feel guilty about something that you didn't do? That's like opposite of fucking logic. You're not going to make me, you done stole something, you a thief. Sean, you a thief. You done stole something and you all these things. You're a criminal. Well, I know who I am. I know what I am. I'm not going to feel guilty about that. It's false accusation. It doesn't apply to me. So the guilt exists because there is true guilt. And those who are under or feel that guilt, who does person feels that? They feel that the person that feels understands the viciousness and the shame, which is what the previous caller said, the shame of the legacy of slavery. It is slavery. It is the cardinal sin. It is the cardinal sin of America, and they have not faced it. And until they face it, it'll never stop. Because you have to acknowledge where you're wrong. And they refuse to acknowledge. They duck, they dodge, they do everything under the sun. But there's no way that you can heal anything, solve anything, or fix anything without acknowledging that you were wrong. And there's nothing that we have to proof. History proves it. And to have the perception that you had nothing to do with it, no, you didn't. You didn't have anything to do with it. But guess what? If you're here in this country and you enjoy the benefits of this country, you accept the country, their past and their present. Just like when you find a new woman or a new man. You don't just dodge out and trash out that person's past. You accept that man as your husband. You accept that woman as your wife. You taking her and him and all their baggage. But the white guild, they want to divorce themselves from the cardinal sin. And we won't ever forget. Just like the Jews won't. That's why we call for reparations now. And it will happen. It will. Because we are more informed now. See? They hid the history. They can't hide it no more. It's all on the internet. We're getting the truth. That's why you're getting the push. So you cannot divorce yourself with past or present from the cardinal sins of this country, because you're still benefiting from it. You're still benefiting from it. There's no way you can ever do it. It cannot be done.
So I got a question for you, Ms. Shanshan.
Yeah.
So the longer that this process takes, the further that we get away from the actual act of slavery, Jim Crow, when those things were really going on, and the further we get away from those generations, do you think that it decreases the likelihood of something happening, or do you think that eventually there's going to be a circumstance that's going to kind of change the views? Like, what do you think is going to take for the reparations situation to happen?
Nothing but constant. It's all about policy. Reparations is not anything new. It's only new when it comes to us, and that's part of the existing racism. Look up reparations that the United States has paid. They've paid reparations about more than 15 times. There was a form of reparations to the Indians, to the Japanese, reparations for Jews. Obama, people don't even know that. He did a reparations bill in his administration for the Jews of New York. It was a specific bill. He gave, look it up. Obama approved reparations. Google it.
So why did this is my thing though, right? This is what I question. So why didn't Obama have reparations for black people? That seems like, in my opinion, if it was going to ever happen, that would have been the best opportunity for it to take place. He did so much for other countries.
Everybody's not going to do that. See, we're not going to play the Obama game.
But I'm curious because
everybody go, well, you got the black president.
No, I don't care about him being black. But why don't you think? Because he seemed the most.
I'm not speaking to you, but I'm saying there's a what do I call, like a narrative out there. Anything to do with racism or denying the responsibility and the legacy of slavery and the cardinal sin, they want to blame it all on Obama. We're not having that. We're smarter than that. Don't even play the game. Just let the internet world know that. It's just a skip over game, and it's very, very complicated. It is a complicated thing that takes time. It takes a lot of time. There's a lot of pain involved. There's a lot of suffering involved. Okay, and it really evolves around admission. They don't want to admit it. The reason why is in here, and then there's a lack of understanding of the power of the presidency. He doesn't have any power. The president actually has very little power. That's why Obama didn't do anything. If that's the case, he could barely get his affordable health care act.
Don't say that. Don't say Affordable Hair Act. It's over for everybody. If that was the case,
yeah. What do they call it? Affordable Health Care Act,
okay,
aka Obamacare, which was dubbed. But people don't understand how the presidency works. They can only introduce the law. doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to be passed. The power is in the House and the Senate. So if he can barely get like that bill done, how the heck do you think he's going to get a reparations bill done? Or any other bill? And the same holds true to the current president. He talks a good game, and he talks his policy, but it doesn't mean that those policies are going to be a reality. All that stuff has to be voted on. So we have to be smart about how a bill becomes a law. And the presidency doesn't really have a lot of power other than to introduce it.
Okay. So, and this will be the last question I asked you. Like, because we can talk about that whole thing. Why do you think now all of a sudden though it's become like it was a hot button issue prior to the debates, and then in the debates I don't think they mentioned it at all. They talked more about giving the illegal immigrants health care and services and things like that than they did anything about reparations. Why do you think that is?
It's always been an issue. It's always been an issue. The difference is that people are getting the truth now. It's education. It's just education versus miseducation. And now we have access to the truth. And even the younger ones, you can't stop them. They're getting the information now where the information was oftentimes hidden from us. And even hidden in the schools. We don't get the true history, and neither do the white folks. That's why they're all confused. Because they feel like, oh, well, wow, these people all, and that's why they had this white guilt. Because they actually don't even understand the history either. That's why they're all like it, and you couldn't blame them. You can't blame them. Because they're like, well, why should I? They don't even understand the concept and the legacy of slavery at all. It was not taught to them. And they're not going to go digging around for the history, the true history, and it was purposefully taken out of the schools so we wouldn't know. Because the more that we know, that's why we weren't allowed to read and write. Why do you think that was? We weren't allowed to read and write for hundreds of years. That's so we can be controlled and manipulated. That wasn't just by accident. That was by design. So we've made a hell of a progress. I mean, we're like 100 years, even based from reading and writing. That's why we weren't allowed to be educated. So the more we know, the more we understand. Who are the biggest thieves? We ain't stole nothing from nobody. We were stolen. We didn't steal nobody's land. We didn't steal people. Who's the biggest thief? Think about that. Then we get stereotyped for this, that, and the other. All of that is nothing but a byproduct of everything, all of the hate, the vitriol, the thievery, and trickery for hundreds of years. And we have got to deal with this situation. Because it's never been dealt with. And that's why I would end it. I would end it just like I said. The biggest problem of race is that we don't want to really fundamentally confront race. That's why we have all of these people yelling white privilege, black power. What else we got? What are we talking about today? White guilt. This is nothing but byproducts of the fact that these are reactions. These scenarios are nothing but reactions. But it's not fixing and getting deep into the problem. And you can't get into it unless you're willing to face the truth. And you have to elevate yourself outside of a privilege that you may feel. Because you got some people like, they don't want to know the truth. They're privileged. They're above it. I'm above it. I'm better. You go to hell. That didn't have anything to do with me. I mean, I don't know any other issues of slaughter. Whereas I'm quite sure the people of Germany are not saying that the Holocaust didn't have anything to do with them. I bet my life on it. But when it comes to us, because it's that deep-seated denial and hatred, when it comes to us, we can be flippant about it and deny it. But you can't deny anything in the country that you live, because the fact that you live here, you accept the good, the bad, and the ugly. And you have to be accountable, whether you were there or not. You have to be accountable because you're reaping the benefits. Just end the story. It's very simple. But it's all that in between is where we get caught up.
Okay.
And that's really all I have to say.
Okay. Well, Miss Shawn, I'm glad that you persevered through for a little while. I know it took several calls to get it in, but I'm glad that you got a chance to get in and we got a chance to discuss it. And you got a chance to express your views on the white guilt, on the reparations, on the incident at Publix.
Sparky, that's his name.
Sparky, okay.
His name is Sparky. Supermarket Sparky. Supermarket shenanigans, Honcho.
Okay. Supermarket shenanigans. Yes, it was a multitude of shenanigans that took place in Publix. But
yes, you owe me some pistachio.
I got you. I think I hooked you up. I'm gonna hook you up with some more, Miss Shawn, because I love Miss Shawn. So I got you.
Okay, all right. I'll listen in for a little bit. My husband just walked in. Time for me to go to bed.
All right, Miss Shawn. Shout out to Mr. Shawn too. But I appreciate you calling in.
Okay, bye-bye.
All right. We active tonight. What's the motherfucking deal? We got called into the den this evening.
What's good, Honcho? That's prepaid.
What's the motherfucking deal, prepaid? What's on your mind this evening?
Ooh, I got to talk about a few things, man. This motherfucker. Okay, is my phone muffled? Can everybody hear me?
You sound good to me. How about you? How y'all sound in the chat? That sound very straight to me.
We good?
Yeah, we good.
Perfect. First and foremost, it don't take much to do a quick little Google search. So I Googled Erica Thomas's receipt. Nothing popped up. Nothing at all. Absolutely nothing. Went and did a Twitter search because, the wokey woke, they would have posted it by now. There is no receipt. It doesn't matter if she had 11 items, 12 items, 21 items. You are in the wrong. Period. You can keep trying to switch this up. You can keep trying to flip it back on him. You can keep talking about this white privilege that don't even fucking exist because he's Cuban. He's Cuban. It's wrong. Black people, stop this. Stop riding for somebody because they black, just because they black. Start riding for right and wrong. Because when we start putting our foot down and ride for what's right and what's wrong, shit will start changing for us. But if every time something happens to somebody black and they in the wrong, you go out here and say, well, you know what? I ride with her because she black and she pregnant and she a sister. I don't give a fuck about her being black and pregnant. Nobody give a fuck about her emotions. Ladies, I'm a father. I'm a husband. When my wife was pregnant, didn't nobody give a shit but me. Did nobody give a fuck about her well-being but me? So no one cares about Erica Thomas's well-being besides her family, and her husband. Period. Nobody gonna give you sympathy because you decided to go park handicap and they gonna put a fucking boot on your car and give you a ticket. That's how this shit works. If you drive in your car and the speed limit is 55 and you go 56 and you going 56 and the cop pull you over, you gonna say, but I'm black and pregnant, I was only going 1 mile over. Here goes your ticket. You have to either show up at court this day or pay the fine. Now, if I'm lying, correct me. These are facts. Stop trying to make Erica Thomas seem to be the mother of the year. She want to teach her daughter about how paying for different items. Then teach your daughter to go to the correct lane. Because you knew motherfucking well you had too many items. You want to know how I know she knew she had too many items? Because when her boy told her something, she attacked him. Everybody, the YouTube video is up there. The same video y'all seen said, oh, he said 2 or 3 words to her. And you know what she did after that? She had her finger up there. She was going to him. She was not afraid of him. She wasn't intimidated by him. She ain't cried a single tear in that line when her and boy had an exchange. You want to know why? Because there wasn't no fear in her. Look at that little dude. He ain't scaring nobody. I'm going to tell y'all something about Mr. quote-unquote Sparky. That was the bravest thing he ever done in his fucking life. That nigga was a Cub Scout his whole life, and that's the bravest thing he ever done. He almost shit himself when she even said something back to him. If that's the same person who was crying, and if for y'all who ain't watched YouTube video, don't take it from me. Go look at it for yourself. That is not the same person who was in the store doing all that shit. The person who was in the store doing all that shit was not the person who was crying on Facebook Live. That person who did her press conference and was clapping her hands and getting all up in that man's face, that's the same person he talked to in the store. Now, for you all who don't know how to decipher lies from facts, when a person tells a story and their story stays consistent no matter how it makes them look, that person tells the truth. He came out and said he called her a lazy bitch. He never went away from it. You want to know why? Because he stands by it. But you know whose story has changed about 3 times now? Erica Thomas. Y'all keep yelling about white privilege, white privilege. You don't think y'all got black privilege? When a black person's in the wrong, and here it is, fellas, I know y'all going to laugh at this. How many times have you been involved with a black woman, knew she was in the wrong, and she get loud and get her way? How many times have y'all seen it? Y'all be trying to intimidate people all the time. That you using your privilege right there. Or every time something happens, it don't go the way you want to go, you yell out the race card. You don't think that's a privilege? Because if can't nobody else use the shit, then you definitely got a privilege. But we're not going to admit that though, are we? We're not going to admit that shit. You go to a restaurant, you don't really want to pay for your meal. You catch an attitude with the manager. You know what I'm saying? Get kind of snappy with your server. Then everything is on the house, right? Because now you're the angry black man, angry black woman, right? Oh, that never happens, though. I'm making this up. Let me know when I got y'all ears open, since y'all so wokety woke. Now, we got to start recreating history, because y'all got to end this shit. Honcho.
Yes, sir.
If you needed your car washed, okay? Who do you want to wash your car? Would you go and get the crackhead that you know wash cars the whole time? Or would you go and get Prince Harry to come wash your car?
I'm going to get a dope fiend from the block.
Yep, probably get the dope fiend from the block. So can y'all stop fucking talking about how y'all got stolen when we was quote-unquote kings and queens in Africa? Retards, wake up. We built the fucking pyramids because we was fucking slaves. We sold our own people. That's how this shit works. You don't go find a rich motherfucker living off in Beverly Hills and say, hey, man, get your ass out here and become a slave. Since when was he going to acquire said skill set? He don't have it because he wasn't a fucking slave. We had slaves already. That's how we built all this shit over there. We was already slaves. We sold our own people. Wake up. Wake up. Hellenic slave trade. This is what was going on. This is what happened. There was rich, successful black people who were selling their own people. You got to stop talking about what happened in slavery and how they won't face racism. You motherfuckers won't even face racism yourself. And stop trying to compare slavery to the Holocaust. Do you know what the Holocaust was? It was the eradication of Jews. The eradication. Do you know how many quote-unquote slaves survived that shit? Millions of it. You want to know why? Because they told y'all some story about how bad it was. Ain't no gas chambers in slavery. None. There is no gas chambers. Concentration camps, gas chambers, dead, people gone. What was it 14 million people in less than 16 years? 14 million gone. Wake up. Now, was slavery terrible? It was fucking horrible. Black people have built America on the back with blood and tears. But stop trying to compare it to the Holocaust because it's not the same. Stop it. It's not the same. Now, since I'm on the road, let's get it going. Let's talk about our good friend Barack Obama and his reparations. For those of y'all who don't understand legislative, and you can look it up for yourself, from 2009 to 2011, Barack Obama had the House and the Senate. It was all Democratic. Do you know why you didn't get any reparations? Because Barack Obama said this country doesn't need reparations. Barack Obama, black ass, said this country does not need reparations. This is true. This is a fact. This is not me making it up. He had 2 years. In 2 years, he could have easily gave y'all some reparations. You wonder why you ain't getting none? Because he don't believe in the shit himself. He don't believe in the shit himself. You want to know who else don't believe in the reparations? Every motherfucker running for president as a Democrat. Because now one motherfucker said anything about it. Oh, it was a hot topic before they got up and did a debate. And then what happened to y'all black ass? What happened? That shit shifted right over to illegal immigrants getting votes. So illegal immigrants getting free health care and free benefits. It's all about a vote for these people. That's why your black ass ain't getting a reparations, because they ain't going to never make it to a bill. Who going to bring it up? Y'all favorite friend Kamala Harris? Because she black and she proud, as she said the other day, she black and she proud? While her daddy came out and said that they own slaves? Or should it be her, or is she going to do it because her mother is Indian and she going to come out and say that we deserve reparations? If we deserve reparations, then why the fuck she ain't paying it? Her people own slaves, so why the fuck she ain't paying it? Now let's get on the white guilt, because I'm on the roll. Successful white people don't feel guilty for nothing. Nothing. Y'all want to know who feel guilty and who will apologize to y'all? White liberals. Who and they apologize to you because the media tells them to feel sorry for y'all. The media tells them to feel sorry, so they come on and tell you, I'm so sorry what happened 400 years ago. I know you wasn't alive, and I wasn't alive, and we don't know what the fuck happened. We just going with somebody told us, but I apologize. And y'all eat that shit up. From this point on, if y'all refuse to study history, y'all refuse to pick up a fucking book and read for yourself, y'all won't even do a simple Google search. Don't mention MLK and don't mention motherfucking Malcolm ever again. Because if you study Malcolm and you quoting this bullshit, Malcolm has said it numerous times. There are no white allies. If you want to fix the black community, black people got to fix it. There are no allies. Period. There is no white savior. And he also said ain't no fucking white man got his foot on your neck. Stop quoting that shit. Stop quoting MLK if MLK descendants already came out and said they don't even support reparations. Then it came out and said MLK didn't even want reparations. Stop saying that shit. If you believe in reparations, then you believe in it for yourself. Don't believe in that shit because MLK said or Malcolm said. Man, stop doing that shit. Because you ain't following these people anyway. You make it up when it's convenient for you. I hate that shit. Black people, we don't need no fucking handouts. You know what we need? We need more motherfuckers putting their hands up in victory. Too many victims around here. Because these white folks, they got it so good, and it's the reason why I can't get off and I can't be successful. The reason why you're not successful, black people, us as a people, because of the motherfucker in the mirror. It ain't about how much money we got or how much somebody else got. It's because we're poor because we make poor decisions. Because out of everybody, you name white, Hispanic, Asian, the Jews, no matter how you look at it, every last one of these motherfuckers have the foundation. 2-parent household, raise their kids no matter how fucked the situation is, and they lay that foundation down. Not us. We keep on aborting our own kids, though. Not us. If we gonna talk about it, let's talk about it. If you white and you want it then, don't you apologize to none of these privileged ass black people ever again with their iPhone 10s. Talking about how bad slavery was. Niggas walking around with $1,200 pairs of tennis shoes and shit. Fuck out of my face with that bullshit, man. You can come up with $1,200 to buy a pair of Balenciaga shoes, but don't have no health insurance, don't have no life insurance. Then when you die, we got to go on put up a GoFundMe. Fuck out of my face with that shit, man. I don't want to hear that shit no more, man. All this, it's white privilege. That's why he said something, because it's white privilege. No, he said something because a rule is a rule. Period. I don't give a fuck how hot it is outside. If you're not handicapped, don't park in a handicapped spot. Nobody give a fuck that you pregnant. You was pregnant before you drove up here. You knew it was hot before you left your house. Enough is enough, man. Enough is enough. And can somebody explain to me what you mean? We gonna face racism? What we gonna face racism and do? Majority of people who cry about racism ain't never even experienced no racism. Y'all don't even know what racism is. Because the motherfucker look at you kind of funny. He look at you funny because he don't fucking know you. They look at you funny because you act an ass every time you go out in public. They look at you. They look at you funny because y'all decided to go to Disneyland and fighting, and the men are doing pickoff plays and beating up women. The men won't even fight each other. They look at you funny because every time around this time right now, when I go to Walmart, I see a black woman in there with a big ass cart full of food and 3 or 4 kids with her. Where the fuck is her husband at? This why you're getting looked at and laughed at and talked about. It's 2019. I'm still seeing niggas sagging. I'm tired of seeing your fucking drawers. This why you're getting laughed at while motherfuckers looking at you. They don't wonder why the police keep looking at you all crazy? Because y'all stupid fucking retards throwing water on them. And recording this shit. Bro, enough is enough. Enough is enough. And that ain't got shit to do with slavery. And you want to know how I can prove that none of your problems are the effects of slavery? Because if what y'all telling us is true, we was in bondage, they was beating our motherfucking ass, we wasn't allowed to read and write, we wasn't allowed to do this, they told us to do. Then where the fuck is that work ethic at? You mean to tell me niggas was building houses with their bare hands? They was building real life brick and mortar houses with their bare hands and you niggas can't keep a job at fucking Chick-fil-A? Come on, man. Tell me something. Tell me something. Where's the work ethic? If we the descendants of slaves, then where's the work ethic at? Where's the togetherness? Honcho, every book that I've ever read about slavery, if we had nothing else, we had family. Yes. Why y'all think we jumped the broom? We wasn't allowed to get married back then because it was called getting stained. We weren't allowed to get stained or get what was called getting sand. We weren't allowed to have sand or getting stained, so we jumped the broom and had our own ceremony. If we descendants of slaves and all this shit, y'all keep telling me, why the fuck we keep having all the single mothers out here? And I ain't blaming the mothers for that. I'm blaming the fathers. Why y'all keep laying down for these black women, having all these 3 and 4, 5 kids, having all these families and won't take care of none of them? What happened, black king? Why you don't value your black queen? Black queens, why you ain't making a motherfucker who lay down with you step up and be a motherfucking man? And take care of responsibility. I don't care about how bad life is for any of us. Your life is your life. But what about your offspring? What about giving them a better opportunity you had? That wasn't taught during slavery? Because I could have swore all the shit that I've ever read, all the movies I've ever seen, was the motherfucking parents get their ass beat so they can keep their family together. If we're going to talk about it, let's talk about it. Sooner or later, and hopefully hit y'all before it's too late, sooner or later, you want to stop making excuses and get off your motherfucking ass. Because I promise you, the only thing left for a motherfucking dream is a dream. You better get off your ass and get to work. And for all y'all sitting around talking about this reparations and when it's going to come, let me tell you something. The 33rd and everywhere, I'm mailing the check out to you. That shit ain't never coming for you. Y'all keep talking about Obama's Affordable Health Care Act. Man, go back and look at what Obama promised y'all. He promised free universal health care for all Americans. Let's say it again. Free health care for all Americans. We ain't even get close to that shit. My motherfucking insurance went up so goddamn high I could barely afford the shit. So the nigga couldn't give us free health care. He against reparations. The motherfuckers who in office ain't finna give y'all reparations, so where's it gonna come from? And who the fuck paying for it? Here's an idea. This is what I want you to do. Instead of you constantly, looking at the white folks and, oh, you hate white people and all that shit, if you got a successful white person who you work with, who you kind of cool with, ask them how they became successful. Ask them what they did to get to where they at. Just ask them. You got a black person who's older than you. He drive a nice car, he doing well off. Ask him what he did to get to where he at. And I guarantee you, none of them conversations you're going to have going to be about slavery, oppression, systematic oppression, Jim Crow. None of that bullshit going to come up. None of it. Now, them same niggas you been running around talking to, them same circles y'all been running in, ask them to have an intelligent conversation. They're going to tell you some shit they want to do, and they're going to tell you about how the white man got their foot on their neck, and how they can't come out this hole because of the white man. And if you don't believe me, try it out tomorrow and see what circles how this thing keep working for you. And they're going to tell you the same shit over and over. Life ain't fair because this, and this. They can't get out the hole because this, and this. Every time. Now I know I may have offended a whole lot of y'all. Y'all gonna be mad. This nigga cool, man. This nigga sellout, man. He ain't down for the cause. Nigga, what cause? Tell me the cause. Because Malcolm valued education. MLK valued education. Malcolm valued the black community sticking together. MLK valued the black family sticking together. So y'all tell me what fucking causes y'all riding for. I'm dying for somebody to explain what the fuck y'all riding for. And this is my last point before I get out of here, Honcho. Let me tell y'all something. Do you want to know why Native Americans get reparations and niggas don't get shit?
Why is that?
Because Native Americans are the native to this land. Get it? Honcho, where are we from?
I believe Africa.
Okay, because I don't know how the fuck that works because you ain't never been there. You don't know nobody who have been there, but the fuck y'all from fucking Africa, remember? So how the fuck does that work? Every time we look up, y'all don't want to be American. I guess y'all going to be American now since Captain America is black, but every other time y'all niggas hate America. How can you sit up here and ask for anything and demand anything in America when y'all keep saying y'all ain't even from here? Can't name a single motherfucker that been to Africa. The only person I even know that been to Africa is Miss Kate Grace. She the only one. And then y'all keep yelling about slavery. Do y'all know they got slaves in Africa right now? They cutting off clitorises and penises in Africa right now. Y'all niggas ain't sent a single dollar over there. Why y'all don't help out y'all people? I know why. Apartheid going on over there in Africa. I know what's going on over there. HIV rapid, AIDS rapid. They raping little black girls. Don't give a shit. Selling the kids for sex. Man, y'all ain't worried about that shit because the shit just sound good, man. Niggas do a whole bunch of talking. A lot of shit that sounds good. When it's time to put their fucking feet in the ground and get to work, they ain't gonna do shit. And then white liberals pump y'all up because they know y'all ain't gonna do shit. So I'm telling y'all right now, it is July 26th. The presidential election is 2020. I challenge every last one of y'all who gonna vote Democrat, go find y'all a candidate who gonna talk about reparations, who gonna talk about fixing shit in the black community. When you find that person, go vote for him. Now, if you don't find that person, I also challenge you to go vote Democrat anyway because y'all been doing it for the last 75 years. So when they promise y'all something and don't do it, still vote for them. I'll be here smiling saying, I told you so. That's it for me. You guys ain't for me, Honcho?
Man, it's been you talking about the Democrats at the end. Why is it that when any Democrat is halfway talking sensible that it seems like the Democrats themselves don't want to hear what they're saying? You heard what they did to Tulsi, right?
Oh, well, of course. They cut a mic off. Andrew ain't cutting a mic off. You want to know why? Because these are sensible people. If they make too much sense, Honcho, they got to get rid of these people.
You saw Google, though. Google, she right when her name, because her name blew up right after the first Democratic debate. Everybody who didn't know who she was like the most searched thing after that. Google suspended her ad spend for her, promoting her campaign for like 8 hours. So that way, when she was reaching that peak search time, that they were not letting her access it, people couldn't find out what was going on. And then they activated after the search went down. Why would they do that?
You know the crazy part about Tulsi Gabbard is she's suing for $50 million versus Google. And if y'all think me and Honcho making it up, actually look this shit up. She's suing Google for $50 million. You know what the sad part about this is, Honcho? She's suing for something that Bernie Sanders did 4 years ago. They did the same thing to Bernie, and the motherfucker ain't do nothing. He sat down and took this shit on the chin like an idiot. Wake up, y'all, for all you Democrats who keep voting for Democrats. They cheated Bernie. He beat Hillary. They rigged the shit. Y'all keep yelling about Russian collusion. That's the mother. Hillary was the one with the Russian collusion. She's the one that paid for the Steele dossier. Look this shit up. Tulsi Gabbard's getting the same treatment they gave Bernie Sanders. Andrew Yang getting the same treatment they gave Bernie Sanders. They dead ass turn these nigga mics off. Yeah, you know what the crazy part about it? Andrew Yang, I'm like, okay, this $1,200 a month for every family is not going to work. But at least the shit he's saying makes sense. You know what I'm saying? I can at least be like, okay, you know what? That seems reasonable. Tulsi Gabbard's talking about how we should be probably funding our own health care. That shit seems reasonable. We don't want to do it there because we're going to send Kamala Harris dumbass up here talking about we going to give free health care to illegal immigrants. Bitch, how we going to give free health care to a motherfucker who not even American citizen, and my black ass don't have free health care. Honcho, you ain't got free health care. Yeah. Nobody in the den has free health care. Nobody before us had free health care. How we gonna offer this to people?
I don't know.
Y'all don't want Tulsi Gabbard. Y'all don't want Andrew Yang, people who actually make sense, who are sensible. Y'all want a motherfucker like Joe Biden, who done locked up 30 his motherfucking crime bill when he was the senator of Delaware, locked up over 37 million minorities. 37 million. The author of it. The author of the fucking crime bill. That's who y'all gonna vote for. You wanna know why? Because he played basketball with Obama in the backyard a couple times. He drank some sweet ass Kool-Aid with him and had a couple of rib tips. That's enough for y'all. That's enough for y'all. That's enough for y'all. That is flat out enough for y'all. I'm not here to change nobody's voting opinion, because y'all ain't gonna change no way. Y'all know what y'all gonna do. Shit, man, it's the lesser of the two evils. I'm gonna just ride with Kamala. Kamala Harris said yesterday that President Trump getting A$AP Rocky out of prison in Sweden is him using his power, him abusing his power. She then went on and said that she's black and she proud. Whoa. Really? She black and she proud? A black man fighting in self-defense is in prison, and you cool with that? And y'all wonder why Joe Biden called her a cop. I don't give a fuck how y'all twist the turn. If you are black, a minority, if you are white, if you are in prison, you're innocent, you should be coming home regardless of the fact. I don't give a fuck what your political affiliation is, man. Innocent people should be coming home. If you're in prison for a non-violent offense, if you sold some dope and you sold some weed, you sold fucking 4 or 5 grams of weed, and you're in prison, you should be coming home and be a part of society, bro. I don't care about your affiliation, bro. It's about being an American citizen, period. That's your rights and liberty, bro. You're protected under the Constitution for this shit. But you got a person like Kamala Harris who had a chance to let niggas out of prison 3 different times while she was a DA. And guess what she voted? No, every last time. She went on record and said, keep them in jail. We need free labor. How you ride for this person? How you ride for this person? How you ride for this person? Y'all keep talking about legislation, man. Wake up and start actually looking at legislation. How is shit gonna change for y'all when ain't no legislation to help y'all niggas out? And when I say y'all, because I'm a law-abiding citizen. And since I brought that up, let me say this before I get off this phone, Honcho. Sean, I respect everything you say because it's your truth, and I'm cool with that. You said that white people show guilt because they know that they did wrong in the past. That's bullshit. I'm gonna tell you the reason why I know it's bullshit. Every time I'm driving my car and the police get behind me, it don't matter. They're trying to get around me. If the sirens come on, Honcho, my stomach start hurting. No. I start sweating. I'm a law-abiding citizen. I have no warrants. I have no tickets. I done nothing wrong. If I'm speeding, I have no problem paying my ticket. Why do I get nervous every time, Honcho?
You know, it can always be an incident.
It can always be an incident because the media has programmed me to believe that every time a cop pull me up, it could be my last. When in the harsh reality of it is, I have a better chance of getting struck by lightning twice than the cop actually killing me. Every time it lighten, I never get scared. I never run in the house and have my heart beating fast. But for some reason, when the cop get behind me, I get nervous, start sweating. I feel like I gotta take the biggest shit every time they pull me over. I ain't ate nothing today. You pull me over, my hands are, sir, what's wrong with you? Oh, no, nothing, officer. I'm just having a good day trying to get to my next place because the media has told me that. So, no, white people don't feel guilty about it. Truth be told, white people don't give a fuck about you. As long as you niggas ain't bothering they livelihood and the neighborhoods they live in, now when y'all start coming to the suburbs tearing they shit up, that's when they gonna care about you. They don't care about y'all. Y'all are non-factors. White people live great. They got shitty-ass family members like everybody else, but they live great. Give a fuck about you. Y'all niggas is not that special, man. I'm going to end this call like this, man. Get off your ass, stop making excuses. Stop looking for a handout. Stop pointing for people looking they're going to be your ally. Ain't no white allies. You want to fix shit going on in our community, get off your ass and fix it. If you feel like it's over with and you can't do nothing, do for your kids, man. Lay down a foundation for your kids. If you can't do nothing else, do it for your kids. Y'all be blessed.
Already prepaid. Appreciate it. Interesting. Very interesting. Perfect timing. And this will be the last call of the evening here. Who do we have calling in to the den this evening?
Wow. After paid.
I cannot love him enough. Oh my God! I said, I don't even need to call him now because I can't say it. Prepaid done said it all. He dotted all the I's and crossed all the T's. Yes, the brother did. Yes, he did. And I felt his frustration because our people don't want to listen, and the people that don't want to listen weren't hearing anything that he was saying right there either. You mean because we have our people that just want to ride for other black people no matter, even if we're destroying one another, they will still ride and stick around for our other black people and say, those are my people. I always say my people are good people and cool people no matter what color they are. Because I've had white people that have been better to me, and then I've had black people that weren't, and vice versa. It doesn't make a difference. My people are good people no matter what. Okay? So we need to come up with our own neighborhood. You're going to live next door. Prepaid's going to live behind me. We're going to share food and everything.
Home guards and everything.
Okay, this is Miss Grace. Okay, this white privilege, if a white person comes up to me and apologizes, I'm going to look at them and really look at them like they're stupid and tell them, I accept gift cards. That fur coat you have on, you want to give that to me? You want to give me that Rolex? Because all I wear is a Movado. Are you going to give that to me? I don't want to hear an apology. If you're going to give me something, I'll take it. If you want to be dumb enough, because I'll be damned if anybody in my past, I don't give a damn if I am a descendant of, who was the slave that did the uprising, Nat Turner. Yeah. And he killed white people and things. I don't care if I'm a descendant of his. Don't ask me to apologize for that bullshit that he did back then. You know what I mean? He was fighting for our people. He was doing the right thing, but he killed babies too. You know, I'm not apologizing for that. I wasn't there. I didn't do it. Okay? I'm not doing it. The other thing is that lady with the white privilege, I was so happy when Prepaid brought up black privilege. We all know that we too have our privilege, which is black privilege, and no one wants to talk about it. When we get in a situation, we have no problem. We have a go-to place deep down within that we can bring out and get our way with a lot of people. They're afraid. We all do it, and we have it, and we pick it out and we use it when we want to. So that woman in the supermarket, I believe that she was offended and embarrassed because she was trying to use her black privilege, and it was a little tiny, white, light-looking man that dared to stand up to her, and she felt cheap. She was embarrassed. She didn't like that. Because remember one time I had called a while back, and I said that our black people seem to think, many of them, that light-skinned or white people, so I because they make that mistake and they want to try to punk you and things like that there because you're light-skinned, because they think we're weaker and we can't fight. So she was embarrassed because that little tiny man, plus, come on now. I said he looked like he was kind of on the spectrum some kind of way. Somebody earlier said maybe he was OCD. I was looking at that man. You can see there's something with him. There's some type of little disability or whatever. His head is the same size as his torso, and his torso is the same size as his leg with his little tiny hands. You know what I mean? Yeah, poor guy didn't know. He didn't have the sense to know that he wasn't supposed to go in and confront her. There's something with him. There was some kind of disability with this guy. I'm sorry. And numbers mean a lot to them, whether he's OCD or one of the kind that are on the spectrum, that if, like Rain Man, if they see numbers and they see 10 and you have 11, it overly stimulates them. They can't handle it. So when we have children like that in classrooms, we have to allow them to go to a sensory room because they can't control that. Yeah, but that's why that man walked out the door and turned around and went back in again. Yeah, there was something with him. The other thing I was going to say, people don't realize also a long time ago here in the United States of America, most white people did not own slaves. Black people act like everybody white had a slave. Back then, owning slaves would be equivalent to people today having maids, servants, butlers, chauffeurs. That's what it's equivalent to. We don't know a lot of people like that. most white people did not own slaves. Okay? And one last thing. Oh, another person that I heard talk earlier that I love, somebody by the name of Dee Moore. Is that her name?
When they called
Dee Moore. That
Tonight Show.
Yes, she went to Africa, and she said the same thing. That I went to Africa. South African Airways would fly out on Mondays and Wednesdays, and it was a snowstorm. It was February, so I couldn't get on the plane. They didn't fly out on a Monday, so I ended up going on a Wednesday, which cut my vacation in Africa short. I was only there for like 5 days, and guess what? That's all I needed to be there because I could not wait. I loved it. I loved visiting the motherland. You know what I mean? It was a great privilege. You know what I mean? But I was more than happy to bring my ass back here and kiss the ground of the United States of America. It was rough, and that was one place. That good thing that I had a tour guide, somebody that I knew, you know what I mean, that took me around because I would not have been able to get around, not Senegal, not without somebody I knew, because when we went down to get some goat, which was like their McDonald's, you know what I mean, he heard them speaking in the Wolof language. You know, there's an American there, you know what I mean, and he had to pull his gun out of the glove compartment. You know, when we were driving, you know, we were pulled over. The cop looked in, they're really crooked. He looked in, took one look at me, and started talking, and Wallop said, you got an Americana in there, you know what I mean, and made Modu give him $100.
Yeah.
Or he wasn't going to let him go. It was as crooked to be. So what I had to really stay on my resort. You know, I'd go off my resort and go to different places, and like I said, I went to the Pink Lake and went to Goudet Island where they prepared the slaves and things like that there, but I didn't make it down to the Gambia because it was like dirt roads. Please. I'd rather be right over here. Anybody want to go back to Africa, you can go back there and live all you want because I'm not trying to go there. And the other thing is, I heard the calls earlier on Ashley. Was that Dan in New York that was angry with Ashley?
John in New York.
Oh, it's John. Yeah, and people were wondering earlier, I was listening to this, what she had said. She had made a comment that interracial couples were disgusting. And that's when I guess he got in his feelings, and he had every right to. I just think when she's young, it was a wrong choice of words. You know what I mean? So I don't want to beat her up on it, you know what I mean? Because I've never dated outside of my race, but my kids have, you know what I mean? And so if somebody really believes that that's disgusting, then you're telling me that my kids are disgusting for what they do, and I don't play that. You know what I mean? So I understood what she said, but I understood where he was coming from. Plus, he is a New Yorker, and that's a whole different breed of people in New York. New Yorkers shop. They're a different kind of people. They have a different kind of intelligence. They maneuver in things, you know what I mean? But you don't want to be embarrassed with a New Yorker checking you because New York is it's a different kind of people there. And I think that's about it that I wanted to say. But after prepaid, I was just going to hang up because I was laying in my bed, you know, just listening to everything. And when prepaid came on, he made me sit up like the Exorcist. You hear me? Oh, my God. I can't love him enough. And I love Trill, too. That's my dude, too. Woo, you guys are something. And you, too. Oh, and this is the other thing. In Africa, when prepaid said go back to Africa, well, in Africa, what I learned, that the guys out there that have AIDS, old men and all, what they do is they go and they look for a virgin, a young girl, a virgin, she can be 12 years old, and they rape her because they believe that if they rape a virgin, that the AIDS will leave their body and go into her. Ain't that some shit?
Yeah, some bullshit.
So I wasn't safe. I didn't have any rights out there, you know, when I went to Africa. I have rights and everything over here. I didn't have any rights over there in Africa, besides being an American and then wanting what I had. But that was it. Other than that, they could have raped me. They could have married me off. They could have did whatever. I had to come back home. Okay, and my people are good people no matter what. You know what I mean? I get so sick and tired of talking about the black and the white. I think that we're being tested by God, and we are failing miserably. You mean we all look different with different sizes and shapes because I think of us as flowers. God has to look down on us. and wear flowers, and he'd get awfully bored if we all looked exactly the same. The flowers were all the same color, the same height, and all that other stuff. We are the flowers, and we need to do better. You know what I mean? I don't want to dislike somebody because they're white and only like somebody because they're black and things like that. I want it to be based on the character of who they are, and that's it. You know, some people don't like that, but too bad. They can call me a sellout or whatever. Nobody has ever said anything like that to my face.
Exactly.
And because I am a Trump supporter and I went to my family reunion, I had one family member, I heard that she said if any family member was a Trump supporter, she would disown them, and I had to check her last summer. So when I go to the family reunion, they stand back because they know that I will open my mouth. I will ruin the family reunion if you sit there and say something real dumb and ignorant to me, and my granddaughter has to witness it. That's when I will unzip my face and come out, and they know it. So they kind of sit back. You know what I mean? But I heard, you know, but, you know what I mean? Like I said, I've known this guy for a long time, and he is a good person, Donald Trump, and I dig him. And Malcolm X is my dude also. I was not a Martin Luther King girl as much as I was a Malcolm X girl, because you ain't throwing those stones and things at my head, and I'm not going to do anything. I was Malcolm X all the way. You know, we're going to get it popping. You know, but I'm going to get off. I'm going to have to take 2 Tylenol PMs after this now because I'm wide awake. I took a long nap, you know, and after listening to this, I'm up and about. But maybe I'll do some housework. Who knows?
Well, I appreciate you calling, Miss Grace. I love hearing from Miss Grace. But I thank you for calling, and I agree. I got one question for you, though, Miss Grace. Why do you think that?
Sure.
Why does it always go that way and not the other way? That family members will disown you, because you heard a lot of that. They will disown you for supporting Trump, but you don't see it kind of going the opposite way. Well, I'm supporting one of these Green Party candidates, or I'm supporting somebody Democratic, or whatever. You don't really see people going the other way. You see people who will disown you for supporting, like I say, a conservative, generally in the black community. I've seen white people do it, though, with the Trump thing, too, though. They'll stop talking to family members. They'll disown them. They'll disavow any knowledge of them almost. But it doesn't seem to go. It only seems to kind of be one-sided in that. Why do you think that is?
Because those are the ones that are not the good thinkers. They're not the independent thinkers. It's that ignorant bullshit that they do. You mean the other way around, it's people that think better, smarter people with higher IQs. You know what I mean? They don't do that stuff. You know what I mean? Even, you know, being a Trump supporter, I've had more people that didn't like him unfriend me. You know what I mean? Those are the ones that unfriend and don't want to be bothered, and they get very angry. You know what I mean? The other side doesn't get that way. You know, it's just ignorant, and it's what keeps us down. You know what I mean? And you know what? And if anybody loves Barack Obama, there are some things that I liked about Barack Obama. I would never get angry at someone because they love him so much. I liked Michelle more than I liked him, because I always loved first families. You know, but I would never get angry because they still do love Barack Obama, but they would get angry because I like Donald Trump. But this is the other thing that I said to my cousin when I was walking the dog around in the park last year. When she came, "Oh, Cousin Kathy, come on, give me a hug." And I said, "You want to hug me?" And I heard that you said that you would disown a family member that supported. Oh, I don't remember. Somebody screamed, and they sent it to me. And I said, "So you would disown me, but the family pedophile that was fucking and punching little girls in the family in their heads and shit, you all just welcome him." I said, "How retarded does that sound?" And don't think it was me that was punching their head and sucked. It wasn't me. No. It was one of my cousins out there in Colorado. And I don't even give him a hug. I don't even acknowledge him. But they welcome him. So they'll disown me, but welcome him. That's retarded. That's pretty bad. You know, but no, we don't do that at this end. You know what I mean? And a lot of people that have crossed over and that have been red-pilled, and they want to be more Republican and things like that, they talk about how it's all about love over here, and it's not fake love. You know what I mean? It's much more accepting on this side. But I basically stay, people say, "Are you a Republican?" No, you know what I mean? I've always been an independent, because nobody's going to just get my vote or anything from me. You know, and then I also had to check a cousin when I was substituting at the alternative school. You know, we're eating a Thanksgiving dinner, the school had it, and people would talk about Trump at a kid's birthday party, at a funeral. You know what I mean? They're sick in the head. I mean, anywhere you go, they start talking about him. So we're sitting there eating, and my cousin Glenn says, you know what I mean? How do you feel about Trump? And I said, oh, I like him. Oh, he leaned back in his seat, and he started talking about, that Kavanaugh thing and what he did to that lady. I said, you acted like you were there. Oh, come on, cuz. He put his hand over her mouth. And I said, Glenn, you act like you were there. I said, you know what? I'm surprised that you even say something like that. You're a man. I have sons. You have a son. I said, one day you're going to get me too. Oh, no, don't wish that on me. And then I saw him going down the corridor at least 2 times telling the other teachers, she's a Trump supporter. She's a Trump supporter. I heard him. This is my cousin, a distant cousin. And I stood back until finally I said, okay, it is time. Everybody knows when I go in to cuss somebody out, I wear my boom shakalaka laka earrings, kente, all that. That's if anybody knows me well. When I'm coming in and I'm going to get you, you mean I wear different kind of clothing and jewelry. He came into the teacher's room, and I said, I have a bone to pick with you. And he said, what? And I said, I heard you were telling the teachers. Oh, no, I said, I saw you. You did it to that one. You did it the other day. Oh, no, but I said, don't be telling my shit. Don't be telling my business because, some people don't like that. What if they wanted to bring harm to me? I said, do I go tell your business? Let me tell my shit. I said, do I tell your business? Do I tell you that did I go tell people that you're my cousin and you wanted to fuck me? How about that? Did I tell people that you slept and you did drugs? How about that? Yeah, I went nuts. The 2 teachers in there were like, oh my God. Yes, I lit his butt up. You know what I mean? I haven't talked to him. Yeah, don't be telling my shit. I'm going to tell your shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. I'm your cousin. Don't be coming talking to me, cousins make dozens. I don't want to hear that bullshit. That's nasty. So you're talking about Donald Trump grabbing by the pussy? At least he wants to grab people that aren't his family members by the pussy. You wanted mine. How about that? The 2 teachers sat there like, oh, my God. He picked up his bowl and he ran out of there. Yes, he did.
Oh, man.
Yes, he did, because that's how I am. I'm nice to everybody. I am nice but I'm passionate. If I like you, I love you. But don't cross me. I take loyalty very seriously. You know what I mean? And that's my cousin, and I would never go and tell anything on him or say anything. But now you betrayed me. And you were willing to bring harm to me with that bullshit. So now I just put you on blast and blew up your spot. They know how I am. My family knows how I am. They know how I am. I went to this family reunion. I said, okay, I heard this one wanted to say something to me, that one wanted to say, okay, he just had surgery on his leg. He say shit to me, I'll kick him in his leg. That one just had heart surgery. She say shit to me, I'll punch him in her chest. Don't play with me. Not with my granddaughter around. That's all to it. Don't play. Don't play. But I'm going to get off this phone now, and this was so good tonight. And you have a beautiful one. Love you, Honcho.
Thank you, Miss K. Grace. I appreciate you calling in this evening.
Okay, bye-bye.
Yeah, all right. I wasn't finna do this, but I got a special request. So I got to take a quick Honcho hiatus. I done been in this bitch deep. We're going to take one last call to end it all. But give me just a second. I got to take a small Honcho hiatus, and I will be right back. Listen to some of these fancy tunes, because there is no outro in music, so enjoy it. The Marquee. Patience. Patience is a virtue. So just had a whole adventure coming back down the stairs. We'll get into that later. No, actually, fuck it. Let me see. Let's take this last call, and then I'll get into my return adventure. There's not. I thought about it. I guess I could. Well, no. Yeah, I could have fucking used the fucking clicker. Anyway, I don't know. Whole different. No, I think Fareed's still up. I think it's still on the thing, man. I think he's still on the roster. I think they still got Fareed. Let me see. All right, cool. All right. What's the motherfucking deal? Who we have calling in to end the den this evening?
You have Professor Trill. What's up, Honcho? Once again.
What's the deal, Professor Trill?
One more again, like man up say. Shout out to Brandon 335 and DeMarcus Johnson for guessing correctly. I just got a few questions because I'm just a wee bit confused. First, I'd like to start out with a statement. Fuck Donald Trump.
Why
I said it.
Why the harsh words for President Trump?
I just don't like the bastard. I just don't. Ain't got shit to do with the president. I never liked him. Just as a person, I don't like him. But I don't hold it against anybody else who does. So, Miss Grace, no offense, I say fuck him. You can have him all you want to. Love on him all you want to. Till your head pop off. Just do your thing. But your cousin, Lord have mercy. I just crossed into Colorado. I'm done driving for the night. So I'm just like, ain't that a bitch? But anyway, I digress. Miss Sean, I love you like a play cousin. We ain't getting no goddamn reparations, man. I don't know how many times I got to say this shit. Where do y'all think all that money is gonna come from? Who gonna pay it to us? Like seriously, our country has the most debt of any nation on the planet. How the fuck where is it gonna come from? They just gonna print this shit up and give it to us? No, we ain't getting no goddamn reparations. Come on, man, that shit is a fucking pipe dream. Come on, fuck out of here. And Mr. Prepaid, I'm not gonna jump on you this time. I'm just confused. I'm thoroughly confused. You the same guy that called in about the grocery store thing and said that lady didn't follow the rules and all this old shit, yada yada yada. Then you turn right around today in support of your president that you love so fucking much and say, well, he letting out the people who were nonviolent offenders. And I agree with the prepaid. But at the same time, didn't all of them know that shit that they were doing was against the law? So on one hand, you got a lady that broke a rule, and you feel like she's the one in the wrong. On the other hand, these motherfuckers broke a law, and you think they ought to be free when they knew it was against the law. A rule and a law is two different degrees of shit. So I don't understand your logic. How is it cool on one end, but not on the other end? Does it have anything to do with the politics involved in it? That's what I'm starting to think.
But would you say it's the degree of punishment involved with the situation? Would you say that it could be unjust? Like, say if old buddy would have got, say this whole thing happened, he would have got hit up with a hate crime for it, which was what she was trying to do. She was trying to get him charged for a hate crime. Do you think that would have been over the top if that was what the grocery store situation would have resulted in?
See, here's the difference of where you trying to fuck over me, Honcho.
What? I'm just.
When you say charge, now, let me give a point out, please.
Okay,
Let me
okay.
give a point out. When you say charge and when you say convicted, that's two different things.
Mm-hmm.
If they can charge you with that, that don't mean that they necessarily can convict you of that. Now, if he's convicted of it,
Mm-hmm.
that's different.
Mm-hmm.
So, would you like to stay with charge, or do you want to change the word to convicted?
Okay. Well, the reason why I'm saying charge because
Now, I want y'all to realize how I just asked him a simple question,
Nah,
and he just tried to skirt the whole thing.
No, I'm not
again.
skirting. I'm finna go. I'm finna tie all this stuff into it. I'm finna go with what I'm going. But what I'm saying is, okay, before you get convicted, you have to face the charge. And so, what it is though, when it's a hate crime, that's going to amplify the severity of the charge, is it not? So, what I mean by that is, it can be the same thing, but because of how it's labeled, it can be significantly more. So, charged, convicted, because he wouldn't have been convicted in this case, because I don't think that he did anything wrong. But say he was, or whatever it was. Sometimes, shit goes awry and the law works in whomever's favor. She may have some pull in the government. Say he does get convicted for whatever, and it becomes amplified. So he receives a exorbitant amount of punishment for something minute, or that most of us would see as minute. I'm not saying that I'm assuming. Now, don't let me speak for prepaid because I can't speak for prepaid. But this is what my assumption is. My takeaway from that is that yes, you deserve to be punished if you do wrong, but there can be a level of it can be extreme. I won't say extreme, but sometimes it can be too much. So like what he was saying, when he said like if you got 4 or 5 grams and you doing 10, 20 years or whatever, but that would be exorbitant. Does the punishment really outweigh the crime? And I think that's kind of where it's going. So if gal did something wrong, should she be banned for life from the store or anything like that? No, she should just deserve a little bit of reprimand and go on about your way. I think it's about the punishment fitting the crime in that situation. But again, I'm speaking my assumption. I can't say I can't speak for prepaid.
Right. Okay. I can see that point, and I agree with it. I think that there should be a certain standard set, and there is. They have different varying degrees of punishment for each particular crime. Now, the one that you get convicted of doesn't always match the severity of the crime that you committed, because a lot of times you can always plead down. So if they feel like they can convict you on the harsher charge, that's exactly what they're going to do. If they know that they don't have either the evidence or the testimony of a witness or something like that, then they're more than likely going to let you plead down to where you get a much lesser sentence, because that's the best that they can get. So that's how I'm looking at it. But either way, if you do the crime, you do the time. It's just that simple. That phrase exists for a fucking reason. So if you know the risk that you was taking when you did what you did, don't sit up here and bitch about the outcome.
I can agree with that, though.
Don't put yourself in that position in the first fucking place. And you had an out. You could have chose any other option other than the one you chose. Just like that lady, she could have went to a different aisle. She could have just ignored the dude. She could have done a lot. He could have done the same thing. But that's precisely my point. But how are you going to go from one side to the other when it's the same situation? Wrong is wrong, no matter how you look at it.
But is there anything?
So all of a sudden, one wrong is supposed to be exempted, and the other wrong is supposed to be condemned.
But is the wrong really being different? But is the wrong really being exempted? It's like, hey, you know what? We're taking a second look at what you did and say, you know what? Maybe what we initially thought was a little bit over the top. You've done a significant amount. All right, this is what you got. We're going to offer you a chance to, alleviate some of this punishment, as opposed to getting no punishment at all.
But is that on the books yet?
The First Step Act? Or which? What do you?
Is that on the books yet? It's on the.
Yeah, people are getting out.
It's on the books in certain states, but it's not a federal. It's not on the books.
No, it's a federal deal. They're getting out of federal prison, so it's people who are getting out. They got something like 12. I think last time I checked, it was 12 or 1,400 people who have already applied. 97% of the people who have been approved are black. And so it's I want to say either by the end of this year that the majority of people are supposed to be freed, and I think they're still, taking applications and things for it. I got to go back and look up the deal. It's been a few weeks or so since I looked at it, but it was a solid number. And there have been people who have been freed already from the First Step Act.
Okay, so basically, what I'm getting down to is the brass tacks. Are they criminals or are they not?
Yeah, they're criminals.
So you're looking for freeing criminals.
But the thing is, and I get what you're saying, but do they not deserve, if they follow, say, a certain set of rules and they've been model prisoners, which is a weird thing to me.
Did they have their day in court?
Yeah, absolutely.
And did they get convicted?
Absolutely.
Now what the hell else is there to talk about?
But should they not have a second chance?
If you did it, if you're guilty and you get convicted, what the hell? If you're innocent, that's different. That's a whole different talk. But if you did it and it was against the law when you did it, you should still fulfill your fucking sentence.
I mean,
I don't understand how all of a sudden that's supposed to be different now.
No, I understand what you're saying. I understand exactly what you're saying. But it's the same thing. But you see a lot of these places, and if we want to look at the other side of it, and I would say some of these more liberal places have done some of the same thing with some of these the weed charges and things like in Cali. Now that they've legalized it, they've went and they've expunged several thousand people who've had charges for weed and everything when it was illegal when they did it. But now they've went and cleaned the books now that it's legal. There's a couple of places that have gone and done stuff like that. So I wouldn't say it's just on one side of the aisle that they're doing it. I think just one maybe get a little bit more notoriety than the other. So those people who did it when they was illegal for them, but they cleaned the books up for them too.
I just want to reiterate my point one more time. It's not that I don't agree with it, because I think weed ought to be legal. I don't really see nothing wrong with it. But what I'm saying is, at that time, when it was illegal, you chose to do it anyway, you got convicted.
Yes.
You lost in court. Your data to free yourself or to get yourself away from a sentence, you weren't able to do so. Okay? And he's for that. Now all of a sudden, okay, well, since we don't think it's that bad now, which I don't really understand how we ever thought it was really that bad, that we should free these people. Cool. Fine. But if you take that same scenario and you put it against the black lady in the store where she did wrong and the dude tried to condemn her for it, but that's okay for her to get punished or whatever, but for them to go free.
But she ain't serving no real punishment.
That's much no. But what I'm saying is the fact that he condemned the lady. That's all I'm saying. He condemned that lady, but is okay with the other shit, letting criminals go free, but condemning this lady. Yeah, I'm not excusing the shit she did after that. Cool. But you can't condemn the lady for having one extra item or 5, even if it's 5. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah,
5 extra items in the line.
A night in the county, she'll be all right.
If it's against the law and she broke the law and she gets caught and convicted, send her ass to jail.
Yeah.
That's the way the system is supposed to work. Okay. So I just don't understand how from one side it's one way and from the other side it's the other way. I don't get the difference.
Well, would you say, I mean, the court of public opinion versus the actual courts would be that you would treat maybe the scenario just a little bit differently?
Say it again. I'm sorry, you broke up.
I said, would you say that the court of public opinion is handled a little bit differently from the actual courts?
Absolutely, because the court of public opinion just goes on whatever is said first. It doesn't go on facts, tangible evidence. And we all know that. It's called the public opinion for a reason, because it goes on opinion, not on facts. So it can't really be trusted. But unfortunately, that's where it all starts, especially when the word or the story gets out.
Okay.
But all I was trying to see was the difference between one scenario and the other. And I understand that the severity is different. But it's the same. It's a very similar situation. So why condemn one but then be okay with the other? The only difference is the political affiliation. Then he does as he always do it. Every Republican does the same thing. They tell you who to blame, but don't tell you how we're gonna fix the problem.
But can it be political
Democrats say
affiliation? If the first step of that was a bipartisan effort?
Part of it, yeah. Part of it, yeah. You know, I'm sure that has something to do with it. But the Democrats ain't no fucking better. Because they want to make, like, one side want to offer you promises that they ain't going to keep. And the other side is just wanting to blame that side and then not do nothing either. They just want to talk shit about the motherfuckers who's making promises that they ain't going to keep.
No.
So what you going to do different? I'm not going to make you promises that I ain't going to keep. But that's still not telling me what you're going to do.
But wouldn't you rather somebody, and that's kind of where I look at it, would you rather somebody who treats you like everyone else?
No, I don't want neither one of them. I want somebody that's going to actually do something. I don't want, on one hand, I don't want you to lie to me. Okay. And on the other hand, I don't need you to call out a liar when I can clearly see that they lying.
Yeah.
So if you call out a liar, then what are you going to do different? Yeah, but, I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to do that. No, tell me what you are going to do, not what you're not going to do. That's not helping anything. And I can say fuck Donald Trump because that motherfucker took money out my pocket with that fucking tax shit he passed. He fucked over me. That's why I'm mad. Okay. I never liked him before, but that really made me hate him. When he put a limit on the shit that I could claim on my fucking taxes. When I'm in this motherfucking truck more than I'm at home. I should be able to claim every fucking thing because I'm always working. Yeah. So he put a cap on it, which took money out my pocket of shit that I gave to the fucking government that I paid. So I pay my taxes. So contrary to some of you motherfuckers' opinions in the chat, oh, well, he must be a jobless loser. Motherfucker, I work probably more than half of you in the chat combined.
Yeah, that nigga Trill ain't never home. That nigga go home once a year and shit. Like he overseas or some shit.
I'm out here getting it.
Yeah.
I'm fat, but I ain't lazy, goddamn. So y'all kiss my ass. That's bullshit, thinking y'all know me. Now, yeah, I got a lame duck-ass father, like a lot of other niggas, so that's not much of a stretch. Y'all got lame duck fathers.
Yes.
It is what it is.
Ain't nothing new. It's super funny because, like I told you, my mom is Jehovah's Witness, and they just had like a big convention, not that long ago. And I guess my pops, he didn't, just live his life. I guess he didn't figure that he gonna call himself getting right. So I think he just got back into it. He used to be a long time ago, but I don't ever think he was really committed. He must be old. Something must be about to happen in his ass. He must be trying to get right with God. Don't nobody know. But so apparently, I guess he got back into the Jehovah's Witness beliefs too. And she talking about, say they had like a big convention. I'm talking about like it's like 50,000 people. It's an international thing. I want to say it was I don't know if it was at Reliant or wherever it was last weekend. And she say, just so happened this nigga sitting on the same damn like row as her. She said she saw my grandma and my auntie, the one auntie I do like on that side. And she was just like, yeah, I had to look. I was Bob. I just ain't want to talk to her. Not that I got a problem with it. I just don't want him to think everything on the up and up because she just don't like it. She's like, I got to pray to God to make sure. I say, look, that's a test. Look at you. Look, if you got faith in him, you better look. That's a test. You try to see how much faith you really got. I thought that shit was funny. But
yeah, y'all can't be beefing in the church and all.
She ain't gonna act a fool. She just trying to avoid it. And that's the one thing I give my pop. He's that's the one I don't think I've ever heard this nigga cuss like ever, and I find that strange. I can't trust a nigga that don't cuss. Goddamn. Honestly, the word. I'm really sitting there thinking about like the worst thing I think I ever heard my pop say was like niggas. Honestly, might have said hell, but this nigga done all kind of dirt and foolishness. But I just never hear this nigga cuss. I don't know what it is. I mean, some people just like that, I guess. But yeah, so I find that funny that he trying to get back in the church or whatever. So that'll be very intriguing to see how that all works out. Well, yeah. I definitely cuss for him. I cuss more than enough for him. My mama too. She don't cuss no more now that she back there. She used to cuss up a storm too, but she had a little. Her bouts of not being as religious. When I do enough for the whole family. Okay.
Don't get me started on the religion shit. That's a whole nother conversation.
Yeah, we're gonna have to bring that up. We've been having these fringe conversations. We're gonna have to bring the religion up again real soon. and said, "I'll see how many more subs we can lose in the den."
I just be finding it funny though how like the people on the fringe ends of the argument, how they just be reaching and just be saying some of the most outlandish shit. I just be like, bruh, it's funny to me. It's really funny to me, and they really just be dug in on one side or the other. And I'm like, you just really don't see the foolhardiness of your stance. Like there's real big chinks in your armor. And there's nothing wrong with admitting certain points about the other side that's correct. There's nothing wrong with that. Some people are just disagree with it just because it's opposite from the side that they have their stance on. And I don't understand that. I really don't. Like, you can't sit up here, even if you are a Trump supporter and you hate Obama, you can't say that every single thing about Obama was bad. Just like if you were an Obama supporter and you hate Donald Trump, I cannot sit here and say that everything about Trump is bad. All I'm saying is he fucked me over. He took money out of my pocket. So, no, I don't like him. But he's far from the worst president. And it really irks me how some people fix their mouth to say Obama was the worst president we ever had. You motherfuckers don't know your history. What about Richard Nixon? Seriously?
And he's not a crook.
Seriously. Yeah, so Obama was worse than Nixon? That's a reach. That's a hell of a reach. You see what I'm saying? That's a reach. Now, you could say, well, we just being sarcastic, but come on, man. I done heard that shit a lot. I done heard it a lot. And Trump ain't the worst president either. 'Cause I prefer him over Bush.
Yeah. Well, man, like I say,
damn near both of them.
I think like the thing is just you got the media too that pushes a lot of stuff. Because I mean, I'm telling you, when Trump got elected, because I didn't even think he was gonna get elected. I was just like, this is a whole interesting scenario. I don't think I gave a fuck at that time.
I thought he was bullshitting.
Yeah.
I really did. I thought he was trolling or bullshit or whatever. I'm like, he can't be serious. Then when he won, I'm like, what the fuck happened?
I thought that shit was hilarious. When he won, it was game over for everybody. But the thing about it is, like, it's so crazy because, well, again, like I said, you got these fringe people. You had people who were fucking, I guess, LGBT, killing themselves. Oh, he became president. Like, again, like I say, you know, it ain't nothing about it. You just weak-minded. That's period, point blank. You already had mental issues. If somebody becoming president was reason enough for you to commit suicide, you was on the brink anyway.
Yeah,
that was just
come on.
Well, that's just an excuse. You know
come on now. And the people talking about if he get elected president, I'm leaving the country. And this is where I do agree with Pete Perry 1,000%. And go where?
Yeah.
Where you go?
Yeah.
That's better than here. Because I'm like, if I was to go anywhere, I would want to go to Canada, but it's too motherfucking cold. Fuck that. I go my ass to Rio de Janeiro and try to blend in with the locals. Fuck me an Hispanic or three.
You gotta be careful. You gotta wrap it up twice. I heard they give out fake age results out there.
Shit, fuck that thrice, nigga. Put me a motherfucking Trojan, a Gladlock zipper bag, and a fucking fucking Glad bag. Fuck yeah.
Bro, that's tough. That's super tough.
Anyway, I was just confused a little bit, and hopefully, or I guess Prepaid will probably give me a call or send me a text. And if he is still here, don't be leaving those spicy ass messages on my voicemail, nigga. I couldn't really tell if you were serious or not because your tone sounded serious, but your words sounded semi-playful. So I didn't really know to take that as a threat or just to take it with a grain of salt. So
he say he calling you tonight.
Contact.
He say he gonna call you tonight.
Oh, that's a bet. That's a bet. Hit me up.
Okay.
You get to the bottom of it.
Oh man. See, this is why I love the den.
Shout out.
This is why I love, because we made connections in the den that I don't know, you know, roads and paths can cross in other ways in life, but just because people interact and people connect in the den, and I love it. I think it's a beautiful thing, man.
Yeah. See, I like people who think differently than me. I really do, but I would still like to challenge their stance on shit. Even though Prepaid, it ain't like we just on complete opposite corners. I disagree with just certain things. And there's a lot of the things that he says that I completely agree with. I do.
Man, so you want to work at Taco Bell just so he can fuck up your food. Oh man.
Oh, fuck you. Okay, that was funny. Who said that?
Prepaid.
Okay, that was good. That was a good one. That was funny. She
Oh
bastard.
man.
You know, I ain't been back to that motherfucker since.
No
Every
shit.
time I look at one, I'll be like, hell nah, keep pushing.
Yeah, man. What they say? What fool me once? What how Bush said it? You know, this old saying. Down in Texas. Well, I guess it's here. I guess here up here too. You know, fool me. What you know, you fool me. I just ain't gonna get fooled again. Motherfucker took the shit. He butchered the fuck up out that time. You know what the fuck he said. Oh man, okay.
Oh yeah, but you didn't comment on that video I sent you with that buffalo.
Man, that shit was hilarious. I meant to when I seen it because I seen it when you sent it, and because you sent it with two other videos. I forgot the other two were, but man, I seen that shit. That was the first thing I thought. Whenever you said, I was like, man, can this nigga block for the Texans? Because I mean, that shit was fucked up though. Them parents left that kid. They did not think twice about that kid. That
Yeah, but was they the parents though?
No.
Like, if that was that little girl's parents, man, oh my nigga, I would have asked to be adopted straight up. Y'all some whole ass niggas for letting that big motherfucker run up on me like that.
Exactly. Parents are not just.
That was crazy.
That was no level of responsible adulthood in the area. Like even if that ain't your kid, you know, I mean, come on, man. You know that motherfucker taking baby steps. Yeah, they ain't got the link. They ain't got the getaway stride. That shit was fucked up. The crayon. That motherfucker Tony Baker funny than a bitch. Them little animal videos he be doing are funny as shit. I give him credit because he continues to stay real unique with them little animal videos. Them hoes be funny than a bitch. Oh man, that shit was hilarious. That motherfucker ain't gonna ever eat no buffalo wings.
He be giving them animals some fucked up names. They're too goddamn funny. Well, bust a move then, Bartholomew. I was like, what? What? Bartholomew, I ain't heard that one in forever.
Yeah, that motherfucker just be reaching. I mean, some old crazy. You saw the one with the little gerbil or whatever. I think he posted it today or yesterday. With the little gerbil, they had like a little tiny ass glass. He was like, yes. My stocks have done well. It might have been an old one that he reposted. He said, yeah, my stocks have done well in 2016. Investing in the haberdashery business. It's been excellent. Just the little voices that he be doing. And the way the animals look like they really fucking...
Be thinking
yeah, that shit be fucking hilarious, man. That nigga got a niche. That shit is fucking
hilarious.
Bitch. Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna let you call it a night. I'm just gonna wait on prepaid to hit me up before I lay it down.
Right,
I gotta finish my ride to Denver in the morning.
Okay. Look, don't stop at none of the shops, man. They gonna try to get you.
Oh hell no! But I tell you one thing, them motherfuckers is everywhere out there. Shit, they damn near got more of them than McDonald's, bro. That shit was crazy.
Oh shit! I'm gonna have to take a trip. Goddamn, whatever the time is right. I'm gonna do it the right way, the legal way. Just one of these days, just I ain't earned it yet. When I do, it will be worthwhile.
Hey, whenever you decide to go back up on that Honcho, holler at me.
I got you.
I know somebody that can get you whatever you want.
No, that's a bit. I like varieties and choices.
oh, absolutely, plenty of variety.
All right, that's
plenty.
A bit. Well, that's a bit.
All right,
man.
then.
I appreciate the call, Trill.
All right.
Yes. Now that's the little thing does a little dilly dally. That's gonna be the call for the evening. We're gonna wrap it up after this one. So anyway, running up the stairs early, running back down the stairs. I had my keys loosely in my hand, calling myself finna run into the den, run back down to the den. Motherfuckers flew out the hand and at the bottom of the stairs on the well, not the front side, on the back side. There's like a small, I wouldn't call it a bush, because I think a bush is standing up. I guess whatever you call it, I guess like a flower bed, but it's got like a thick little low bush in there. So my goofy ass, the fucking keys running down the thing, fall out and fly in that bitch. My phone with the light on it is here in the den. I need the keys to get back into the garage. So I had to make a decision. The neighbors have been talking about there's been a lot of snakes around here, black snakes, that are of about 4 foot long, and coming from this watery area that's not too far from here. So in my mind, I say these are water moccasins. You know what I'm saying? That's just my side. I don't know what they could be, some old harmless motherfuckers. I am not going to reach into these random bushes. So, or not to be exploratory. If it was daytime, it wouldn't be no big deal. But not where I couldn't fucking see. So I had to run upstairs and get my old lady fucking phone. Use her light to fucking search for them bitches. Find them hoes, run them back up here and come back down. So that's why it took me a bit of a delay getting back. Next time I just keep my fucking keys in my pocket. Or at least take my fucking phone with me. Cause yeah, I don't fucking do snakes. Like, there's need for snakes, a flashlight, and a pair of balls. Well, my balls were also locked in the den when it comes to water moccasins that I can't see when it's fucking dark outside. You know what I'm saying? So, but just because you be over there farming, snake farming in India, or whatever the fuck you be doing, look, I ain't even got none of that. No big deal. I have an old lady and she is not white. Although that's what people, for some reason, believe or like to claim. Look, I dominate my own snake. That's all I got time for. Look, I'm not tripping. If I can see the motherfucker, then we got a different situation. If I can't see the bitch and it's fucking dark as shit outside, well, that's a different scenario. Yeah. I'm gonna show those snake my hand right where they're maneuvering. I can't see them. That's exactly what I'm gonna do. Yeah, they know. That was a Shawty Low song. The motherfuckers gonna call their little homies. Look, it didn't work for Indiana Jones. It's not gonna work for me. Yeah, I'll think about the story I could bring to the den after I've had my arm amputated, or at least a couple of fingers removed, and I pay that high-ass hospital bill. I don't know, maybe I could try to siphon the venom out myself. MS 335. That's tough, man. A big white girl with good credit? No. That's terrible. Y'all heard that song? The dude talking about I got a big white girl, she bought me everything. That's hilarious. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. I've definitely, I've gotten cityfied. When I used to fuck with my people out in Beaumont, it was everything country. Fucking woods in the middle of the night, doing all kind of tomfooleries. Now, anybody got time for that? I need a light on the phone. I need to go fishing. I ain't been fishing in a minute. That's what I need to do. I'm gonna go live fishing. But here's the deal, man. Here's the deal. I appreciate y'all. Got like 5 more minutes, make it even 4, and then we'll wrap it up. I don't know. I haven't been to Beaumont in a long time, amigo. It's been a long time. I haven't been to Beaumont in about shit. Damn, it might have been over a decade since I've been to Beaumont. I mean, it's actually stopping in and you know, I've passed through, but actually stopping in the Beaumont and hanging out, it has been quite some time. Y'all been seeing Ice Bay? Look, Ice Bay been trying to, you know, she been promoting some of them assets. I see she done propped up some of them. She's been propping some of that up. I ain't mad at your Ice Bay. She's showing her grocery habits and I don't know, she eating good. I ain't mad at your Ice Bay. Do your thing. Yeah, Y'all was mad at Ice Bay. Look, she basic as hell. Beaumont had some black folks was running the school district for a minute. They was milking that fucking school district for everything. And it was, and they got all them niggas about it. Them niggas was pilfering that shit. I ain't mad. Do what you gotta do. Can we have a peaceful topic? Tomorrow is Free Range Friday. Miss Only One. So whatever is clever, it's all good. Whatever is clever, it's all good. I would say that's more. I don't know, cause like I said, growing up in Beaumont, I ain't never had no issues. Like people say shit, I ain't never really had no issues in Beaumont. Vidor was always the place they tell you to be careful of. Tomorrow is, like I say, tomorrow morning will be Free Range Friday. Well, the early one will be Free Range Friday, and then the late topic will be Talking Dirty After Dark. I got something interesting for Talking Dirty After Dark. I got like for the next like 3 or 4 Talking Dirty After Darks, I got some. Excuse me. I got some good topics for those. The Black Wall, that's tough. That's tough. Viagra Friday, DeMarco, you want to say something? You got a problem? You got a little issue that you need to talk about? You been over there getting DMs from Kenneth over there? Sweet Bear, you don't know nothing about Jackie Brown. Let's see. Yeah, baby guard steak. Man, y'all saw that video that came out of Pearland? Somebody's on it was on their little Ring doorbell. Man, it's been like, I saw like 3 crazy Ring doorbell videos today. I saw one of a cow came to somebody's front porch and was like looking all in their window. The other one was apparently like a snake set off to like the little thing, and you can see that bitch sliding up the fucking side of their house. I forgot what the other one was. I saw another one. I can't remember what the other one was. Probably somebody stealing some shit, like all the rest of them. Annual Den Awards. I think the Annual Den Awards have to be after we figure out how to do the debate dens. And the debate den is going to be interesting. I'll probably talk about it tomorrow since it's kind of more of a free range conversation. Because we got to pick who all wants to debate who all wants to settle their beef with whomever else. And then if we do the debate dens, are we going to do them all in one stream? Do we do the debate, like I say, or do we do multiple in one stream? So like have a debate, let the people talk about it, discuss it, then do another one. I think that it might have to be like, one or two, or maybe that might have to be like a night of the week, because depending on what type of debate, people are going to want to call in and express their thoughts, and the chat's going to feel a certain way unless we only take so many calls. So maybe we have to do like the 5-minute rule on the calls on debate dens or something like that. But it'd be very interesting. Say one per stream. Okay. So maybe we'll start setting it up. So like we'll pick a night, and then whatever that night is for whoever it'll be that evening, we'll allow them to duke it out, if you will. What are y'all talking about here? Best live app? Well, we already know who that goes to. There's only one. What do they call them? One person nominee in the category. So there's that. I know who I'm nominating for. I don't know. This is a tough one. Who do we nominate? Who would be the nominees for least likely to answer the question directly? Who would be least likely to give a direct answer to the question? Who would be the nominees for that? maybe we need to do a Den Award of the Week. And maybe that'll be like just another thing to look forward to on Fridays. You know what I'm saying? Maybe I'll start that Monday. We'll take in votes. And it could just be some long stands. So I think things to have people look forward to. And maybe we'll do like a little giveaway or something. So if you win the award, maybe get like a little gift card or something like that. You go to Chili's, get you a 2 for $20. Hopefully you don't live in bumfuck. You gotta drive away. You gotta spend more than $20 in gas to get to your local Chili's. You can't even use the fucking card. Get you a Subway gift card. Get you a Jesse Smollett special. Never ever gets laid. Whew. I'm gonna say Kenneth or James Hart. I think James Hart probably never gets laid. Yeah, you most likely to be the next person banned from the den to read the previous chat messages. Yeah, that's what we'll do. That's what we'll do. We'll come up with a fucking just absurd ass vote for the week, and we'll take votes all week. And so when we start doing free range Fridays, or maybe during the free range Friday, and then we'll do like a little giveaway or something like that. Most likely to get arrested in 1 year. Can I nominate myself? Is that how that works? Because I'm gonna be honest. Like right now, I've been low key, really cooling. But like once I get relocated, really start doing some things, and I think once we start getting some man on the street dens, it might get ugly. It might get real ugly. Because I mean, like it's all fun and games, but you know sometimes people get real aggressive. So. You know. What? Nah, James Harden will never get catfish. He grabs him by the pussy, so if he grab him beforehand, he gonna know something ain't right. Person most likely to spend his paycheck on porn is probably the person who nominated that category. Most hated in the den. Now they gotta be current though, man. They gotta be current. They gotta be active. Chicago Mike's like the first to go into the den Ring of Honor. Y'all hate on Chicago Mike, but he's a Ring of Honor. You know what I'm saying? Maria's active, but she's not allowed in. But she definitely drops the dislike. So I wonder if Maria's still dropping dislike. I haven't seen him as consistent. Maybe she got another gig, and so she doesn't have as much time. You know. What the hell is going on? Why are these fucking weirdos getting naked in front of these little fucking kids? Like, what the fuck? These are like fucking teenagers. Some nasty ass fucking. This is some of that weird. And then you can tell she's one of them. And people are like, you always point sides, but only like feminists do weird shit like this. This is somebody's grandma with purple fucking hair getting fucking naked in front of a bunch of fucking little boys. They look so disinterested. I ain't saying they're the most masculine looking young men either, but it probably is their grandma. They're like, fucking grandma's doing it again. And then it's a bunch of fucking, these are all definitely feminists. You can look at them and tell. This is fucking disgusting. This bitch look like she picking her nose looking at the fucking cameraman. And then they got a bunch of them fucking, how is this art? There's only women would think this is art. They got a bunch of them fucking fake porn star bodies on a fucking table with a bunch of fucking condoms around it. some colored haired chick picking her fucking nose. Somebody's fucking grandma's getting naked, taking off her fucking favorite robe. She's got fucking faded dyed hair. There's nothing but women here behind this quote unquote art exhibit. A bunch of weird looking like what the fuck, man? This is tough stuff. Most likely to get pregnant by John. Shannon, easily. Saturday is the next live den. I forgot to fucking say the shit as it was going on. All right, let's get up out of here, man. I'm talking random shit, and I meant to catch the thing. I looked at the fucking picture, and I lost my entire train of thought. It's late. I need to get some fucking sleep. I got some sauce content to drop tomorrow. I got some very entertaining things that I'm gonna be. It fucking popped up on my political Twitter, and if you're on Twitter, I'll send it to you. But I don't think you're on Twitter, Sweetberry. But I'll send you the link on the DM. You can look at it for yourself. I'll save the picture. Maybe I can send it to you. That's some feminist weird shit. And see, here's the thing: like feminists are the weirdest because they don't want to do anything. They want you to appreciate their body for however they are. But then they be the first motherfuckers trying to make you look at their motherfucking ass, and they be looking fucking lopsided. Don't nobody want to see that fucking shit. Like, maybe if you take care of it, you actually work it out and make it look good and make it look appealing, and people don't want to see you naked. Like when you just looking so terrible that nobody wants to see you naked, you try to force it on people. Look at me, appreciate my body. You don't even appreciate your body. How the fuck I'm supposed to appreciate that crazy looking shit? Anyway, Heidi never gets credit. Stop sipping. Heidi never come up. Like, when has Heidi ever come up with a single damn idea? Like, name one Heidi idea. Den Awards 335. All 335. Heidi has never come up with an idea ever. She just steals a lot of Brandon's jokes and then tries to take credit for them. So again, I'm your host, Ed Honcho. You can follow me on my personal social medias on Instagram and Twitter, Ed Honcho HTX. I appreciate you guys for coming and tuning in. And I know this was a extended den, so don't ask me for one this weekend. That's all you get. I may give y'all some extra love this weekend. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button if you're just tuning in. We do this live every night, 10 p.m. Central, Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. Central. Same den time, same den channel. If you want to follow the Den socials, you can go to Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, all of them. Den Show Live is how you can follow the Den if you need updates and info on the Den. I suggest that you do follow if you use an alternative social media platform. I suggest that you do follow because YouTube doesn't always give the notifications. So if you want to make sure you got access, I usually post the information up prior to the Den. So if you want to know the topic, you want to get the notification, whatever it is, or if you are on YouTube and you have the notification selected, make sure you have it the dark bell, because I think the light bell only sends you some of them. So make sure you have the dark bell selected. I already said that I'm not going to bring those things up. Saturday, we will be doing another live audio podcast, so make sure you go to denshowpodcast.com. Make sure you're signed up and make sure you're following the Den Show so that you can be notified. You can be a part of that live podcast. We have a live chat that goes with the podcast, so if you want to be a part of that, you're more than welcome, like AOL, to join. Hit the Den Show shop and get you some Den Show merch, man. Hey, shout out to everybody who's got some Den Show shirts, mugs, and a variety of other. I used to have a lot of other stuff on there, but people really wouldn't. I mean, some people bought, I think, what's the motherfucking deal flag or some other things. But we'll look into that. Maybe getting some different items. I know maybe T-shirts and mugs aren't for everybody. I know it's simple. That's what most people fuck with. I got some other stuff I'm working on getting made. But there'll be like an exclusive limited thing. So like I'll let y'all know when that goes down in the DM. You can get the deadline anytime, 833-284-3336. Wow, bam, boom. If you want to support the channel, man, go to streamlive.com/thedenshow. If you want to make a one-time donation to the channel. If you want to support on a monthly basis, go to patreon.com/thedenshow. Shout out to Kay Grace, Stina Starry-Eyed, James, Dan the Man, Diana, Goya, Betty Spaghetti, and Donald Trump. I appreciate all of you having long-term faith in the community. I need to shave. This fucking salt and pepper shit is terrible. Like, this shit don't even be feeling in. This shit is terrible. Yeah, y'all know I'm tired. I'm just talking about a random shit. Yeah, I am not a bro. Hey, racism. I'm offended. I'm gonna go to customer service tomorrow. Because I didn't have time to do it. I'm going to customer service tomorrow and tell them how offended I was that dude called me a bro. You know, so I'm highly offended by that. But with that being said, I appreciate you. I can't round up to 40 yet. I'm still rounding to 30. You gotta wait. I got about like 2 more months before. No, not 2 more months. Is it 2 more months? Yeah, about 2-3 more months. No, like 2 months before I have to start claiming 40. I'm rocking with it. Wow, that's funny. Dave Rubin is funny. He just got 37% gayer. Well, with that being said, I appreciate all of y'all. I'm gone. Y'all are good people, right? No, free chicken won't calm me down. Let's give me some of that fucking sushi. Man, I was fucking getting so much of that fucking chicken. They look like Asian dudes. See, those are my only Asian friends because the Asian little sushi people know me. I'm like, hey, black guy, you're the only black guy that comes in here and buys sushi. All right, and Sweetberry, check your DMs. You can see what I'm talking about. But I'm gone, folks. No music. No do. Fuck DeMarkey. DeMarkey was talking shit in the fucking sauce. That's why him and Kenneth been exchanging photos on some weird shit. I don't know, man. Chicken sushi sounds fucking disgusting. What? Yeah, you might be right. Man, see, look now. See, Ken's trying to send more weird shit. I ain't finna watch that shit. That's like sending queer shit. I'm gone, man. I'm out. Jason S, where you been at, man? What's the motherfucking deal? I'm gone.